All right. Think my sound was not working on YouTube, but I think I got it resolved now. If anybody's on the YouTube side, let me know if you can hear me in the questions panel, please. All right. Thank you, everybody, for chiming in on letting me know on the traders room side that it's all working out well here. So candlestick, you had a question about pre-market kind of high a day thing here. So what I shared with you is a momentum scanner that I've really never used it, but it's popular among a lot of users. Um, and I took out the filters that don't work in the pre-market and substituted new high of the day for pre-market high of the day. Essentially, that's what that scan's doing. So I'll go ahead and load that up with you here, and we can take a look together. Let's see, Momo. So, this is the scanner here. And if we right click, it's a multi-strategy window. So we come in here to the strategies. You can see all these different strategies that are in here, each one with a check mark here. That's going to signify that that strategy has been enabled for the window. You can uncheck any of them that you don't like. I don't know that they all apply well to the pre-market or don't. It was just, someone wanted something momentum in pre-market. So this is what I kind of did for them. Took a traditional high day momentum scanner and did that. You can come into the configure of any one of these and you can take a look in here in the window specific filters and see what's going on in those. All right, some different statistics that we're looking at here for volume and price. Some different things like that. If we come to the selected alerts tab, you're going to see I have both new filtered highs and pre-market highs. So it will work in the regular market hours. I would surmise that it's going to alert you a ton of alerts in there. So prepare yourself for maybe some overload. Good morning, Real. So for the moment right now, I just have a pre-market stream that's up, some, generic stuff here that's mostly from our channels, some things that I have that are not from our pre-market channel. This pre-market actives here. This is one of Barry's scans. It's a sector analysis that I look at here. It's not live right now, but I just have it sorted on position range for the year so we can see what's been bullish for the year, and then some global watcher stuff that's going on here as well for you all to look at. I'll load up a new layout in a couple of minutes here as we round out the pre-market. Try to put up some more active scanners than what I normally do during the day. I keep things kind of quiet during the day. I do a lot of my scanning and work in the early mornings and evenings before or after the market's closed. So let's see, Real's mentioning the cruise line. So we got CCL. That'll be one, right? Oh, yeah. Let's see. So CCL, RCL is another one here. So we're all gapping down. We'll see if it's a continuation. The market's up, moving up towards all-time high on the SPY anyways. I think, 473.50. Well, technically 473.54. That's your lifetime high on the SPY right now, and we're at 472 and change. So we'll see if we can gap and hold it and continue to move up. Today officially starts the Santa Claus rally if we're going to have one. I think there's a big misconception that Santa Claus rally is, all of December. That's not the case. 2 days is the day to do it. Goes for about a week plus or so is what the technical analysis gurus say here. We look at a couple of other pre-market actives here. A lot of people talking about MBOT. That's really been cruising through the whole pre-market here, kind of getting a consolidation on the 5-minute chart here. We'll see how that kind of plays out. I would suspect news. I am one of those people that don't really look at the news at all. I guess if I'm going to look at the news, it'll be if something had seemed to have had a lot of volume, and it might be something I'm thinking of taking a position in more long term. See if the news is something that might be sustainable or not going to affect me, holding overnight or for a couple of days. So, but yeah, so MBOT, that's moving up a couple of bucks here. Let's see, two, three, four, almost $4 here in the pre-market. So 70% gap up, or headed for a 70% gap up on the day. What else do we have here? You guys that like the really cheap stuff, REDU. Had a big move in the post market here, going back to last Thursday. It's come down well off of that. GNCA. Some of these are some cheaper ones that normally I won't traditionally look at them, but I know we have traders of all types in here, so I just cruise through all these symbols here. You'll have a bit of volume here in the pre-market. LUCD, a little over 100 shares traded. It's been all over the place in the pre-market here, it looks like. And so, you wonder what the theme of the day will be that week in between Christmas and New Year's here. Someone had mentioned, every day kind of feels like a Sunday for the next week. I kind of on board with that feeling. So, light volume and whatnot, more likely than not. We can see here today on this volume today column here on this up gappers, not a ton of volume in all these stocks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some of these with some serious volume, some not so much. 3.7 thousand shares traded here. MYPS. I don't think that's anything noteworthy at the moment, anyways. So I see some reels mentioning STNE. Bring up some of these charts. Reels always finding where the action is. So I've been beaten down over the last several months here. Put a nice base in. Maybe trying to get off the mat, off that base. Had a real strong move on Thursday before the market closed for the weekend, for the long weekend. Just kind of moving along sideways now. What about ALLK today? What about it? Let's take a look. Solid volume here through the pre-market. Not doing a whole lot though. So, up 1.5% it looks like here. Kind of fading off the early pre-market highs that we can see here. So, you ask yourself, how overdone is it? Or is, just, literally fell off a cliff here last week. So, you feel bad for anybody that was holding that. We plug on as traders here. So, let's see, got a high going back to last Thursday of about 1170, give or take here. So, possible that it might have a little room to run in that there. Not a big float, 34 million in the float. So if, volume and buyers do get a hold of it, it could move it for sure. Let's see, Fubu we're talking about. This is one of those ones well, I won't say got hurt on because, define my stops and risk and whatnot, but this is a pattern that I look for a lot. I'll always, anybody that knows me from any of the other live Q&As that I do, I'm biased to the pattern. I'll see it a lot of times, whether it's there or not, and I'm full well willing to admit that. And I almost wanted to take a position in it off this back here, thinking that we were headed for a breakout. And I thought, all right, we're going to take this out here. I ended up not taking the position. And when it started consolidating like this, I started to kind of kick myself, and this happened. And well, happy accident, hindsight trading works out well for me. Again, it's one of those stocks. It doesn't have a real small float in it, but it can certainly move for sure. We see last Thursday, moving up a little, about a buck or so, for 100 mil in the float, or a little more than 100 mil in the float. That's a good movement to start with there. But we'll see, stuck on this base down here that doesn't have me convinced in any way. And, that real tight range that's right there. So it's, got work to do. The stock's ever going to recover, has to start somewhere, I suppose. Not anywhere that I plan to put money to work. Also, I've kept my trading really quiet for the month of December. I don't want to give back anything that I did well this year in the last month. So I've kept things tight and quiet, and with, trying to monitor the room and the chat here on both sides. I don't think I'll really trade anything today, but we'll see. T. Garriguin, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right there in the YouTube chat. No, Barry's off today, taking his first day off in a couple of years. So my name's Chris Varley, filling in for him today. I do fill-ins for the live stream here at noon Eastern when one of the other gentlemen are off for the day, and then I do a 3:30 Eastern Q&A every day on the YouTube side of things. So Barry asked me on Thursday if I mind filling in for him for the day to have a little quiet time with family, and easy enough for me. Yeah, Ryan, I try to do, I guess, swing or swing scalp. What, my plan and my ultimate goal on any position that I take is to see maybe a nice run during that day after I take the position, to maybe take some off right away and start moving stops up along the way. That's kind of my idea behind what I like to do. Given different market conditions, sometimes I'm holding a week, 2 weeks, sometimes I'm holding a day, 2 days. It really just depends. I'm one of those people you'll find, from my time in the room here, years ago, I had it drilled into my head by people like Real. There's some other traders. I don't know if they're all still around in the room or not, but, Defining your risk, having a plan, not ever entering a position without a stop in mind. I always have a defined stop when I'm entering anything. I don't always have an exact defined target necessarily, just kind of manage the risk with price and volume on the upside when I get into anything. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and start to change things around here with my layout. Um, put up some of what I normally do, move some things around, and try to get some active windows up here for you all. One of the other things that I do, and I kind of stole from Barry in a sense, and when I first started really having some success with trading, is I have a very narrow snapshot of stocks that I look at during the day. I use the My Light feature a lot on the charts. This way, I don't have too much information overload coming at me at once. So, some of what you'll see here is kind of what my typical layout for the day is. I'm just going to find some windows of Barry's and load those as well. Since we're gapping up, we'll try to find some more bullish looking scans here. And I'm probably not quite as versed as Barry is keeping up with the chat. So if I miss anything that you guys are asking or saying, don't be afraid to repeat it after a minute or two. And just in case anybody else wonders, just so we don't have any confusion or anything like that, I know this one here says automation list. There's things that I've been testing about automation. I don't want to dive too much into the automation and bore people in here with it, but I'm not automating anything currently. So I just left it labeled like that, so there's no confusion. I don't have some magic automation scan or anything like that going on. Just going to try to load a few scans here from Barry's homepage. Give us some active stuff that I can try to talk about and keep everybody engaged here. right, so let's see. We've got 10-day daily breakdown. Gap continuation or reverse, basic new highs. Market is now open. We are open for business. All right, and a 10-day daily breakout for us. All right, that should do it for the day, hopefully. So some stuff on my like list throw out there for now that I'm looking at. LTHM, something I've traded on and off a whole bunch. Going back to last year, as a matter of fact, got downgraded, I think. Can't remember who downgraded them, maybe Goldman Sachs or someone like that a week ago or so. And they were already falling off a cliff, trying to bounce here off this level, it looks like. We'll see what happens with that. Back to this kind of significant level here, just below 26 bucks. EXTR, been climbing the mountain, scaling the mountain here for a little bit. GRTS, another one trying to bust through some resistance here. It's been resistance, for a long time. This pivot line making for a magnet of price action for quite a while, really wedging itself up here against that now. HIMX, again, this is kind of what I'm looking for here. Try to buy smiley faces is what I try to do. But none of it's going to be easy to get through, bit of resistance all through here. We can see that, really struggled with it last Thursday there. Like I said, I probably just sit on my hands for the day, and much like Barry, I don't take any early positions unless it's a stock I've been stalking for a very long time, and then I'm trying to get something what I think might be a good fill, somewhere in the, you know, 935 to 940 range. But generally speaking, unless it's something I either have a position I'm adding to, or like I said, I've had a good rapport with it, some winning trades already. 9:50, 10 o'clock is about as early as you're going to see me ever get into anything. And so we bring over, like to look at these compare count windows during the day here. You can see that the buyers have the slight edge right now across the board till we get to the small caps. So the IWM, been range bound for a super long time. And, it's in the middle of that range as I headed back to the bottom of it. Well, that's what it looks like for the moment anyways. What do I mean by range bound? Beginning of 2021, that's where we start. This is where we are. Popped out of it for just a moment, pop right back down to the low of the range again. And, right there's about our middle of the range, making a T. So small caps just continue to just swim the channel, basically. Put up some of these names I see the chatter coming in about. BBIO, what do we look like here? Lots of volume. Absolutely destroyed here on this gap down. I have to imagine that was some bad phase 3 data here. Let's see what IB says. Phase 3 trial fails to meet endpoint. Well, someone else's misfortune can become our gains are set up for us. So now we have this massive gap that's happened here. And, it's something that, someone might want to keep an eye on for the coming days, weeks, and months. If it can start to work itself back up. I don't know anything about the company. I don't know what else they have going on. Must have had, a fair amount of believers to have gotten it up to a price level like that. And so I know, let's see, one of those things that Barry likes to do, he brings up the sectors. We didn't do that pre-market, but let's do it now. So we'll bring up a doc channel bar here. Bring that over here. Let's find our sectors. Sector status. And see where we can find some strength on the day and how they may or may not play into how we manage some positions here. So we can see technology is looking real good. Financials, not so much. Kind of a wash. Maybe to the sell side here on consumer staples. Your healthcare looks strong. I believe the trade of the week was IBB. I didn't really get into the body of the email there. Industrials, consumer discretionary, all looks good. Communications, not so much. Materials, strong. Real estate has been strong. Real estate and REITs has been strong all year long. So we continue that theme today. Utilities looking all right. And energy is just absolutely crushed right now. Absolutely crushed. So, all right, that's a snapshot of what the sectors look like. And not a whole lot of alerts coming through on any of Barry's windows here for me. Just his basic new highs and lows. So let's see, Nikola. Guess they delivered I got one order for one whole truck. There's their big hoopla, right? Well, again, if the stock is ever to rebound, it's got to start somewhere. So perhaps a defined base here. Had a nice move on last Thursday. It's gapped up. Let's see if it can fall back into these moving averages here. Try to keep my charts pretty simple and pretty clean. So I just have an 8 EMA here and 20 SMA here. The same with my daily chart. And on my daily chart, I have a position or period low for 20 days. That plays a role into what I do a lot of times when taking positions and how I'm share sizing. So let's see, F cell. Last week, I know Andy was talking about, some of these EV plays being, kind of beat down and overdone on some of it. So he was looking at some of those. It all kind of tying together a lot of these stocks now. I'm kind of trying to find this happening here. If this can base and start to build back up and move towards that $10 number again. For now, pressure remains on it on the daily chart here, running smack into the 20-day moving average. And we got earnings on deck here in a couple of days, as a matter of fact, in the pre-market. One of those deceiving stocks, though, because you got a 350 mil on the float here on this. But it can certainly bogey for sure for having such a high float. What about my spy window? I have the spy on another screen here. I mean, I can bring that over real quick. Oops, sorry. Clicking on some of these scans, I forget that Barry's scans aren't linked the way I normally link my charts here. Let me do some linking here. Wow, nothing coming from almost anything of his scans, oddly enough. So yeah, I mean, I keep a spy chart on another one. I just, limited real estate on my screen here. These are some things that I was looking at going into today with some price alerts here. I got a 15-minute spy chart up here. You can see it's come off that base real nice back above this 457 line. It's been a real magnet for price action as well. And so far, gap and go for the SPY, trying to take out that lifetime high here, 473.54. See if we can do it one more time before New Year's, before we flip the calendar. I'd be remiss not to mention, I mean, not even at 4 mil traded on the SPY right now. And, to be this close to the open and only at a relative volume of 1.3 on the SPY just tells you, if you're in anything, unless it's, an alpha mover or has some kind of news to really bring in volume, you're probably not going to be seeing a whole lot of action in it. The other thing that I do too, aside from having, looking at that SPY chart, I look at these compare count windows that I have. They tell me a lot. Before I even brought up the IWM, I knew the IWM wasn't going to look healthy today, from this rate here, so it gives me a pretty good snapshot of the market. And, this is going to be evenly weighted too, where, your SPY is more tech heavy. Obviously, your Q's being tech heavy. When I'm trying to get an overall look at the market, I like the RSP. This is your S&P 500 that's equally weighted here. Sorry, on a developmental version where my 15-minute charts get weird on me a lot. So this is, doesn't have quite the whipsaw that some of the, that the SPY or the Qs will have. And, for those that have been crying, oh, stocks can't go up nonstop, they don't go up nonstop. Look at this, from April of this year until almost November, we were really stuck in this range right here this whole time. Before we popped back down and popped out of it again on the RSP. And, another one, if you want the mid caps to look at the, is it MDY, right? Yeah. Your mid cap trust series. So same thing here. For those that think that this bull market's been overdone, we take this one all the way back into March, right up into November here before we pop out of that range. It's always good to get a different view of what the overall market's doing, at least, for me personally. JNPR, something I've been watching for a while. It's taking out all-time highs again here. A nice, beautiful, strong chart for me. Box, it's kind of sort of on my do not trade list. However, looking real strong here today. Sunsprout Farms, another one. Not a lot of volume in this one, unfortunately, though, so it's kind of held me back. But it's made a nice move over the last couple of weeks here, really. Ford being an EV play now, I guess, right? Is that what Ford is? That's a nice base that's in here. It was something I was considering taking a position. I decided against it because I don't want to, feel like Ford would be a real long-term outlook that I just wasn't ready to commit that much cash to for that kind of period of time. So, but I keep it on my like list, just watching it in general. But what do I like about it? I love when stocks do something like that and then kind of hold it up here afterwards. Gives me some nice defined risk areas here, if I wanted to take a position, we can see that we've got some nice support that's developed all through there. Oh, right, Barry's. I didn't realize he had the. Thanks there, Spanky. I didn't realize he had the 15-minute delay on all those. I know on the moving higher with unusually strong options because I run that. Actually, it's a scan that I run every day. If I'm ever opt to take a day trade, most of the times it's through that specifically. And so we see, what we were buying last week, we're selling this week. Yeah, Dwayne. Well, for lack of a better term, I'll call myself kind of a swing scalper. I like when I can get a position, or when I take a position on the day, if I can take some off of it during that day just to lock something in, it makes me a little more comfortable swinging overnight. I started as a day trader and I wasn't great at it. It was a lot of two steps forward and 1.5 steps backwards. Kind of had to find where my place in the trading world landed. Everything that I do or all that I know is stolen from different people throughout trade ideas. So a lot of the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars that Andy, Steve, and Jamie have done over the years. So quite a bit from the three of them. Andy and Steve more kind of on the swing trading side of things. Jamie, finding things that are in that range that might be ready to break. Jamie's really big on those range breaks. What I stole from Barry and what I've always been good at since the real beginning for me is having a stop and sticking to that discipline of the stop. If I have one sin that I still need to work on, it's managing my upside risk. Yeah, you got to, anybody with questions, I know there's a lot of veterans in here trading and I don't want to jam up with too much chatter. Like I said, I don't make the same kind of chatter that Barry makes, obviously. He's much more active than I am during the day. But if you have anything questions wise, all fair game. And so BBIO just continues to, continues to make that move down. So, no rest for the weary. We're going to continue to be punished. No bounce play as of now to be had. Let's see. And it looks like, if I were to take a guess, that the market is not exactly ripping right now. Take a look here. Yeah, so, SPY's kind of sitting, taking out new all-time highs. All right, just saw it here on the single stock window. It's made a slight pullback now, but made that gap up. We've got a couple of 15-minute candles here up. 6 minutes and change for this candle closes here. Looks like so far an okay start for the strength alerts. Tesla on there, huh? So real strong opening 15-minute candle for them. Topped out, getting rejected off that 1100 mark here on 5-minute chart, it looks like. More expensive than I normally would play for stock, so, but certainly something you have to watch, that's for sure. Good morning, Zach. And the thing I point out, especially for anybody new to the room, new to trading, new to trade ideas, new to any of this, pay attention to some of the veteran traders in here. I know Zach's been around a long time, real forever. I don't know if Martin's still here or not. There's some people that have been here a long time, and you'll find most of them, regardless of what they're talking about, they're also talking about how they're managing the risk in it too. They're not just blindly throwing out numbers and stocks and blindly entering trades based on oh, it's up 3 candles, I should jump on this thing. The most important thing anybody can do is have defined risk. So ALLK continuing down here still. Got a gap down in reverse here. A lot of volume on this here too. So MCW, got 13 on the relative, 13 and a half on the relative volume, almost a million shares traded now. And got some room coming up here. Mr. Car Wash. Interesting. That's one of the things about this software here is, where would you have heard a stock like this? You're not going to hear this on, any of your news channels or your finance news channels or anything like that. Yeah, sure. So, Joe Dagger, and thanks, Dwayne, for pointing that out for me. His question. So, there's no right or wrong way to do anything with trade ideas, the software itself. But if you're looking for, any of the scans that Barry has, you can head to the Barry's homepage. All right. And you can do that with there's a tab for it. So let me bring that over right here. You can head there and I'll actually load up his homepage and I'll even drop a link to it in here for you. Let's see, Barry. And we share things via the cloud. All right, so if we, we've got Barry's homepage here and we scroll down a little bit, you can click here to get a list of his scans. And we could go ahead and click on any one of these scans here. So for example, if we wanted, the moving higher with unusually strong options, we can go ahead and click that. All right. And it's going to give us this URL up here. Go ahead and highlight that, right click and copy. And from there, going to want your menu bar. If you go to File, Load from Cloud, that URL should already be there for you from copying it here. But if not, just go ahead and paste it. You click Load. And voila, you'll have one of Barry's scans. If you're looking to build yourself a layout, I go over that real fast for you here. I'm sorry, and let me drop, just in case to make it easy for anybody that wants it, copy. And we're going to off topic here. So that's Barry's homepage there and the off topic for you there. All right, so you can kind of cruise through there and see what interests you and doesn't interest you. You can load up as many scans as you want. And then, once you start to load up scans, everything here on the menu bar is where you're going to load, new. So we can come to, we can load new alert windows or top lists if we're creating those, multi-windows, single stock windows, charts, whatever we want. So, load up 2, 3, 4 charts, whatever it is that you like. And then from there, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click once you've got it on your screen. And what do I mean by that? Go ahead and right click anything, right click a chart. We can change our time frame, create price alerts. If we want to send this out to the web, anything like that. I won't get into the duplicating and docking windows right now. Try to kind of keep it simple. But, in properties, we're going to find, do we want pre-market or post-market data? Do we want to symbol link this with specific scans? All right, we can change some background colors, some things like that. We can show risk levels if we want to, some different defined risk levels. All right, same thing is going to go with any of these scans here. We can right click, we can come to the configure and it'll tell us what these scans are looking for. We can either use the summary tab to do that, Windows specific filter tab to do that. All right. We want to add things to a scan. We can come to search and search for, if we have it, start typing it, it'll, pop up for you, something like RSI, for example. Here you have what we have for RSI. Moving averages, you can type SMA because that's all we have. We don't have any EMA, unfortunately. You get a list returned to you of what we do have. And you can start to, click on any of those, add that filter, show that column if you want. What do I mean by show that column? On any of your scans when they're displayed, this up here, these are your columns, price, change from close, whether you want a percent or dollar value, shares traded, anything that's a filter we can add as a column to the scans. Yeah, sure, Solomon. So that's compare count windows. These I got from Mr. Jamie Hodge. Happy to share this out with you if you want here. Let's see. Right click, save or share to cloud. Let's save it and share it. Copy. Let me know if this if that loads for you and try that out. And so all this is doing is it's by market cap in here. So this is looking at stocks under 2 billion, 2 to 4 billion, greater than 4 billion, greater than 5.4 billion here. Essentially, it's giving you a snapshot of your buyers and sellers essentially. Yeah, you're very welcome. And again, we can, anything, like I said, trade ideas, all right click. So if we right click and we come into configure here, all right, um, some different items here on how fast things are moving. All right. And if we come into the actual configure, so you have green data being your buying and red data being your seller. And we come to the configure, very, very basic stuff in here. When we look at the filters here, we have a distance from market to keep out bad prints. These EPS filters are a hack to keep out your ETFs. And then we've coordinated by or cordoned off by market cap here. So, in this one that we're looking at specifically, anything under 2 billion, obviously. And we're looking for things that are doing a smidge over their normal 1 minute volume. And any of our volume metrics, for those that don't know, unless it says otherwise, it's a 10-day snapshot. So this 1 minute volume is what we could expect to see over a 1 minute period of time, averaged over 10 days. And so 300 in there means we're doing 3 times what we'd normally doing on 1 minute over the past 10 days. And that's the same concept with our relative volume filter. Just the relative volume, for those that don't know, it's weighted a little heavier at the open and the close. Relative volume does not work in pre and post market. However, you can use volume percent today. So this one here, if I can ever type right, volume today, this filter right here, volume today with that percent, that is almost exactly the same as relative volume. The difference is being one, this is in a percent value versus a ratio value that the relative volume's in. This will work pre and post market. And this is going to tell you the stock has done this amount of its volume compared to its normal 10 days at this point. Where the ratio, I don't want to say it's a predictor on the relative volume, but it's saying that at this continued pace, this is what we'll be doing for the rest of the day. But I don't like to, a lot of people misinterpret that as being kind of a volume predictor, and there's no such thing as predictors in the stock market. So hopefully that all makes sense. I'm not monitoring the stocks only a ton tab just in case anybody in here. So, kind of perusing through it quickly. So any questions you guys have, anybody does have, throw them in the off topic. I'll look at that a little more. Popping in on the swing trading tab there. So move these back around here. We can see MCW continues to bounce here, and we have, well, not quite, but yeah, it's trying to be an RBI here. I don't think this red green bar quite gets to the bottom there on it, but close on that 5 minute chart there. Volume remains strong. No, it doesn't at all. So we can see here we had this massive volume here on that 15-minute candle, and really most of it was in that first 5 minutes. It's really faded here now. No, we'll see. We'll see if that can hold out. It's taking out the high of the day now. And we're seeing kind of the same theme here for a BBIO, just kind of continuing. Gap down and go. MBOT. Looks like that is giving it up hard here, as a matter of fact. So, this was in the pre-market real active here. And, it goes back to, chasing things and having a plan and risk. And so if something like this were to interest me, I want to see it pull back into these kind of quicker moving averages here, whether it's on the 15-minute or 5-minute, kind of use them both if I was to do something with this. So we can say, for what it's worth, we have this big gap up here and this fade. The fade maybe starts to slow as we see this 8 EMA start to try to flatten out. Perhaps it'll catch the price action. They'll catch it together and make a move up. Perhaps not. But to give a plan and an idea of how maybe a setup could happen. For me personally, you still have this real sizable gap between the 815 EMA and the price still. So for me, even if I was interested in it, I'm be holding off. I also don't think it's any accident. We're kind of looking at this area here for some resistance. Again, anybody that's ever been in the late day Q&As with me, I talk about, pivot lines, whether it's support or resistance. They're an approximation. They're not an exact. Um, you know, we draw them, we draw some conclusions from them and try to put risk in our favor. So again, while this price action didn't quite get that, two things to look at here that are a big deal. One, $10 is a huge psychological level on any stock. To get it, claim it, and hold it, number one. And number two, we've got this resistance going back to here, and we can see, it was trouble here and trouble here. And while we popped through it right there for a moment, I call things like that a whoopsie because it didn't stick around for long before heading right back down below it. So, and I know this might make sense to some. Others might look at what I'm saying and say, what the heck is this guy talking about? And, to each their own, what we're looking at and what we see. I have a scan that I use for my evening scanning. I shared it with someone once. They couldn't possibly understand how I saw swing trades in it. They saw it as a day trading scan. I got what they saw, but I like to use it the way I like to use it. They couldn't understand what I saw. Same stock, same scan, same filters, same everything. Two sets of eyes, two brains. So we're talking real and Zach are talking RELI. Bring that back up again. We had taken a look before. And see, now this is very nice looking here. This nice base coming off that 15-minute chart made a great pop and a great move off of that. Great volume. 2.5 mil shares traded today, 15 on the relative volume. Massive short growth here since the last reporting we can see, but very, very, very low float. So, as Barry would say, this isn't something you take a position and then you walk away and go make a sandwich because you come back and be down here from here, just like that. STNE, Rill's talking about. And so, just kind of what my eye goes to personally, I see that we had some, prices, around that area, kind of been a magnet for it right through here a little bit, trying to move out of that area. You can kind of see it here on that 15-minute chart here. You've got on this 15-minute chart here, you're still supported by this 8 EMA here on the 5-minute chart. We crossed here that 8 and 20, And while pretty liquid, 1.1 mil shares traded today, we're doing well off what it had been doing on that relative volume. We can see this much bigger set of volume candles here, and it goes back to a couple of things. Winding out the year, going to be less people trading, obviously. But nice looking chart, both on the daily here and a couple of intradays on that 15-minute chart. And with this nice move that it had last Thursday, certainly got room for it to move back up again. Definitely something worth watching. Very worth watching. Where can I find a description of Trade the Gap channel? So Wolfgang, any descriptions you want on anything here? Two things. Go to help. All right. And you can look for channel description here. All right. You also have the user's guide is right there. Very searchable user's guide that Steffi did for us. So bring that over here. And we take a tick down here and table of contents full. All right, we can search for just about anything in here, and there'll be videos and articles all linked to it in here for you for the user's guide. And also, sorry, here you have alert and filter definitions if you need as well. You can bring that up. And you get a definition for any of the alerts and filters here that we have. You can also get to this page by going into the configure of any scan. So if we right click and we'll use this here, configure, and we come to search, and we can click on any one of these things here and click help, or we can right click and get help as well. Yeah, sorry, just sorry, I was looking at the YouTube chat now. I didn't notice before. Yeah, I'm filling in for Barry today. Yeah, Chris V filling in for Barry. Gave him the day off. He asked me last week if I could fill in for him. I said it was no problem. Easy peasy. So, and again, I apologize to, anybody that's here that's, used to Barry, and so I'm not quite the active trader that he is, but too bad you're stuck with me. Sorry, Ron. I'm just seeing your question there in the YouTube. I apologize. If you're still there, Ron S. Can I scan? You can't scan the SPX itself. You too, Raz. Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year on the horizon here. So, Ron, SPX. If we were to type it here, we're not gonna get the SPX like that. Just we can get the SPY. The underlying ETFs here, SPY, Qs. We do have filters that coincide with the indices that these are, Ron. So if we were to, no, Sean's the options trader. Technically, he's supposed to be here at noon Eastern for the live Q&A. However, the normal software that we use to run the YouTube side of things was not working for me this morning, so I had to use the one that I normally use. I don't know how a pass off will work with that. I might have to attempt to coordinate with him later, or you'll just be stuck with me for the day, and that's that. But so if we come into the configure here, we do have scans and alert windows for, we'll go change, because that's what they'll be under, A-N-G-E. When we come to change here, we can see we have change for NASDAQ, change for S&P, and change for Dow here on some different time frames. All right, both intraday and daily. So, you've got your change 5 minutes through 30 minutes on all three of them, and then the change for the actual day today on all three of them. So that's what we could do for as far as scanning, as close to scanning SPX as we can get there, Ron. We have all the exchanges, though. If you come to the exchanges, I do think sometimes people get confused with, the S&P 500 is not an exchange; it's an index. But we have all your exchanges. Every U.S. exchange that you can think of is right here. from your different OTCs to pinks to obviously the NASDAQ, Amex, and NYSE ARCA. We also have the Toronto Venture, and your BATS. So Brandon, welcome. To any questions you have here, go ahead and fire those away. And this is, the normal format of the room is a little different than this. I'm sharing my screen here. I'm not an active trader like Barry, who normally runs the room. I'm a little less of an active trader than he is. But the same concept applies. You guys have questions about the software, anything like that you want demonstrated, let me know. Try to go through that the best that I can for you. So someone's asking about the AI. Sorry, I don't have the AI up right now. Let me pull it up. So LCID, what do I think of it? A lot of volume right here off the bat, we could see. And just kind of faded afterwards. Get this next pop of volume, but it's really looked like the volume's dying. This run up here, so perhaps it kind of tries to ride this 5-8 EMA here back up to the high of the day. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have a lot to comment off of it. It's really in a downtrend here, consolidated for these days. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 days of sideways movement and a gap up, but there's not a whole lot of chart work to do on this, and I suspect it's no happy accident that it wicked out around that level right there from these consolidations there off that almost the GBI on the daily chart, but not quite. So what do I think of it? It's not anything I'm terribly interested in. 900,000 shares traded to this point. It's really kind of fallen off the volume cliff. Yeah, its relative volume is heavy, but what's that going to look like in half an hour from now? I wouldn't be surprised if it was closer to 20 than it is 30 in half an hour from now. That's my thoughts there. And so we had a second AI alert short, GDDY. And so far, this is not working out in Holly's favor, but we'll see. So, you can see Holly's defined stop right there. So where she made the entry. This could be one of those gap and goes. Basically caught the 5-8 EMA here, working well off of that. Your GoDaddy, people opening up websites again. It's sitting here in this gap towards the bottom of that gap, I guess we'll call it. Interesting. GDDY Starboard took a 6.5 stake, Real says here. So that'll certainly help their cause. Well, I don't know necessarily the company's cause, but certainly the action of trading it will bring in quite a bit of interest on that. What direction they want to go, taking a sizable share like that, what that means for the board and proxy and all those fun things like that. Who knows? So let's see. Jamie talking about CROX here, going to the woodshed again today. Let's see. Not looking good. And it happens just like that, all this time to go from here to here. And we're almost back down here in this short period of time right here. But an ugly day on Thursday for CROX. And we got this 8 EMA on the 5-minute already curling over it now. Trying to break some resistance here on the 815 EMA. A little over 700,000 shares traded today, doing 3.5 times its normal volume. So, we got that big red volume candle there from Thursday. Scanning around, looking at what you're all talking about in the different tabs here. So, all right, glad that helped you, Ron. I apologize for not getting you sooner. Trying to organize my screen here and make sure I can see both chats the best that I can. Tech support. Where can I find a description of how? Okay, Wolfgang. Can you hear me, Wolfgang? Because I went over this before. I'm not sure if you could hear me though. I'll wait to see if you respond there in the tech. Okay, but I mean, I ask questions sometimes, and if they seem like kind of basic or anything, only because I don't know anybody's knowledge. For example, for me, when I first started, when I first came to this chat room years and years ago, I knew absolutely nothing about trading. So if you said, talking about gaps, I'd had no idea what that meant. You do have you have the basic understanding of gaps, I'm guessing, yes. So, a gap on a stock is, where it closed the previous day to where it opens the next day. It's kind of odd recently in a lot of the support that I do via email and chat. I've had a lot of people that claim they've been trading for years that have no idea what a gap is. I was kind of flabbergasted, to be honest. Um, they were mistaking gap for change from close. Change from close is going to constantly calculate throughout the day, where gap is static. Once the gap happens, that's the end of it. It doesn't calculate anymore. I think where people get confused because of our softwares, our gap filter will calculate a change from close during the pre-market, and as soon as the market opens, it gaps, and that's the end. No more calculations. You want to know what the change from the moving change from close is after the market opens? Change from close filter is what you need to use. So you're looking for gap and crap. I'll point you back, like I did before on Barry's homepage here, Wolfgang. Barry's got scans for just about everything, anything you can think of. That's why I always get amazed by people. Do you have so and so scan from their YouTube channel? No, we don't. But go to Barry. I'll bet Barry scans are better than theirs, and they're free. And I'll guarantee Barry's a better trader than any one of those clowns on YouTube. But with that said, let's see here. So I'll share this again in the off topic. So there's that. There's Barry's page again, and you come to his scans, and let's see. So gap continuation or reverse, you might want that one here. All right. What else does he have? Yeah, I guess that's the one you're going to want. Yeah. So gap down and reverse. So CCL I see is on the gap down and reverse now, along with our car wash stock, still moving up. Perfect, Wolfgang. Do you understand how to use the cloud? Just let me know. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I've never used TradingView, so I'm not familiar with their setup. I found Trade Ideas was the first thing that I actually came across when I decided I was gonna learn how to trade, and I never looked back from Trade Ideas. So I don't have anything to compare it to. It's treated me well, not just the software, but the community that's built around the software. So, all right, let me get rid of Barry's page again. We got someone on YouTube asking AGNC. Take a look at that. Sorry, 15-minute chart doing its thing again on me here. So AGNC, other investment pools and funds, you got a real big float. It looks like it does not move a ton. However, all right, so we had this long range through here and it broke it to the downside and it's broke it to the downside again and trying to reverse this way. So you've got this massive range sitting above you to try to get back out of or get back into here. So it's nothing that I would personally look at as far as taking a position. The chart doesn't tell me anything. There's nothing on this chart that I like whatsoever, to be honest with you. Sorry if you have a position. But you got 1 mil shares traded today to this point at 10, just nearing 10:30. So it's a liquid stock, or what I would consider liquid, anyways. You know, but under its relative volume here, and that's where relative volume is tricky. Apple trade around probably 60, 70 million shares a day, and it'll have a relative volume of 1. You can come across a stock that trades 3 million shares in a day, and then all of a sudden have a relative volume of 15. So, understand relative volume is relative to what that specific stock has and is doing. Anyways, with all that said, there's just not a whole lot that interests me here. If I'm trying to find anything positive about it, it'll be on this 15-minute chart here. That you had this gap down here. You had this downward trend and a gap down. So maybe that was the end of the punishment that was coming, as it reversed off that gap down and has continued to reverse since. All right, so 10-day daily breakdown starting to show us some things, or excuse me, breakout starting to show us some things. So that's kind of my AGNC there for you, Raz. So unless you have something else fundamental wise, or there's something else that you're looking at on a chart, like I said, I keep things really, really, really simple on a chart. There's just nothing here that interests me. And in fact, again, the daily chart just kind of, it's a painful thing to look at, but let's throw this line there. Again, I threw that line based on this price action up here. I don't think it's any happy accident that you have it meet price action here and here and here and here and here and here, and that this is, again, a magnet for price action right there. So, we got maybe gap down and overdone a little bit. We're going to bring it back to revision to the mean, if you will, before it comes this way. I don't know that it goes back that way, but that's the path of least resistance for now. Okay, you don't use the cloud yet. So, all right, Wolfgang, the way the cloud works is that that page that I shared with you, I'll bring it up again here, Barry's page. Let's see, Barry's homepage. All right, and so if we scroll down on Barry's homepage here and we look for his scans, we can click on any one of these. So you were looking at the gap continuation or reverse. So we go ahead and click that. All right, now it brings us this up here, and we have that URL. We'll copy that URL. All right, and then on our menu bar, we'll go to File, Load from Cloud, and that should be here already, that URL. If it's not, just paste it here in this box, and you'll click Load, and you'll have that scan or any other scan that you want. And so there it is right there, loaded. All right. And then, biggest thing is make sure anything that you get right away, right click and come to Save or Share to Cloud and save it right away. All right. If you want to relabel it, anything else, go ahead and relabel it. And this way it's in your cloud to load it anytime you want. And that's how you can get the beginnings of making your own layout. If you're, most people, especially new users, your layout's going to evolve a lot over time. In almost 5 years using the software, I've probably gone through 500 layouts. I don't know. I don't keep track, but I adjust my layouts accordingly. Less now than I did, the first couple of years. But sometimes I adjust my layout accordingly with what the market's giving us as well, not just based on my trading style and the scans that I like. But I give an example of running multiple layouts. If you're a trader who is, let's say, a versatile trader that you do trade, gap down and reverses or gap up and goes and gap and craps and so on and so forth, that you'll trade any of those. On a day where you see the markets gapping up, maybe you're going to, load up more scans that are conducive to a gap up and go day, or a gap up and crap day too. um, on a day where the market's really looking to make a move down, you're not going to look at your normal new high scans for the day because you're gapping down on that day, perhaps. So maybe you're going to want to look for a gap and go on the downside, or gap and reverse to the upside kind of scans. Things like that to have your layout relative to what the market may or may not be doing that day. So hopefully that helped you there. Sorry. Um, so sorry. Just getting a message internally here asking if I can do something which can't do today. My normal duties are on hold. So hopefully that kind of made sense there for you, Wolfgang. Help you a little bit. And Raz, you're welcome as well. So I see someone was talking about laser. I was looking at that this morning. So laser, laser, laser. So, all right. The daily chart I like now. Got this nice scoop off the bottom here. If we can get through this area, we might start looking at 20 and above here. What I don't care for is this. We're up here around 1760. We're down here at 1720. Not as huge of a range as I thought it was looking at those candles, but all the same, those are things that I'm not always a huge fan of. But it's got a good spread on it, like Barry does sometimes. Here's my, my time and sales window from IB. So, 2 cent spread on that. That's nothing. But I do like that chart laser. And so, someone was asking about LUCD from the AI before, and what I said before, it's not a lot of volume in it. You get this move, and the volume just fades, and I don't think it's any happy accident the prices had faded with it. So, it may make a run again. I don't know if it will or won't. And GoDaddy punishing Holly as well now. We'll see. We've got the price action kind of flattening out here. These moving averages start to catch up to the price a little bit. Make an attempt to. We'll see what happens. Do they catch it and push it? Do they catch it and overtake it? The game we play. Back to the off topic. How can I backtest? So you can only backtest alert windows, Wolfgang. You have to be on the premium version. Well, on standard, you get 10 backtests. That's it. Just to give you an idea of what the backtester is. On the premium version, if you right click on any alert window, it's got to be an A window. Can't be a T window, can't be an M window. You'll see backtest strategy. You'll go ahead and click that. All right. And then you have a whole bunch of tabs in here to go through. What time do you want to start the back test on the day? We can only back test during live market hours, no outside regular hours. Are you doing a timed exit on this? You have to pick a timed exit on the back tester, unfortunately. You don't have to have a timed exit if you load the strategy into Brokerage Plus. Yeah, your risk management tab here. Do you want to enable profit target? Do you want it in dollars or percent? There's some advanced exit conditions here. I won't really get into any of those because a lot of these things don't transfer over to Brokerage Plus, unfortunately. And then how long are you backtesting for? We can go up to about 64 market days, depending on how market holidays fall on the weekdays. And then you got your summary here on what the backtest is. You'll click Simulate Buy. This will come up. And it'll give you a snapshot of an equity curve and some other things here in the backtester too. All right. And there's some different tabs here. You got your calendar tab, and you can click on those. You can see what trades were taken, exit and entry prices based on the risk parameters you gave it in the back tester. In the summary tab, that's where you see the equity curve. There's a daily, how many trades were taken a day, what was profitable, what wasn't. And then you come to the optimization tab, which is a huge, huge rabbit hole to get down. You can optimize by time of day, by price, and then you have all the other filters here on this drop down menu. You can start to optimize by any one of these filters. You'll click any one of them and it's going to give you the statistics based on that filter here with intervals. You can change those intervals to what you want here, and you can see how it breaks down from how many trades were done in each interval, what percentage of trades that equals throughout the entire back test, your winners and losers, profit factors in each of those intervals, so on and so forth. And so you can start to go into the scan. You can right click from here. You can set the minimum and maximum values based on what you're seeing in here. Essentially, you could also just go right into the configure of the scan as well to do that. Can you explain the difference between change from close and gap? I realize I had my scanner sort change from close. My goal is to trade gap small. So I'm wondering if I should change it to gap. So Solomon, yeah, a gap is this. All right. GoDaddy went from here to here. That's the gap. Whatever that percent or dollar amount is, that's it. It's static. Change from close continues to calculate this move. Whether, when it was moving up, it was calculating it that way, calculating it back down that way. And that's the difference between gap and change from close. So if you, for example, have a scan that says, I want to see stocks at gap 3%, the stock will have to have gap 3% to see that stock to start with, then meet the rest of the criteria. Now, if the stock gap 3% and starts to move down, and now it's only at 2%, let's say, change from close, it's still going to show that stock, your scanner, if it meets the rest of the criteria, even though it's only 2% up from the close now, because it did gap that 3%. All right. So some people want the change from close, some want the gap, some want both. They work them into a combination, but that's going to be your difference. And how you want to display that, that'll be entirely up to you, of course. Sorry, reading something here in the trader chat that we have where Michael Noss says he's never really seen CROX shoes before. And, Jamie mentioned, shoes with holes in sub-zero temperatures aren't really ideal. Yes, Solomon, I'm a change from close person myself. I can see a gap on the chart that works for me, and then I want to see the change from close, how it's reacting to that gap, essentially. That's what I like to do. So Hymex, hindsight trading 101, had a position in it from a few days back and did okay. And when we started to show weakness here on Thursday, I said, you know what, I want to reduce my holdings going into New Year's. And so I sold it when it started to make this move back down against me from back, I don't know, here. No, I'm lying, from here, from a couple day hold. And here it is taking out 13. The volume's okay on it. 1.2 mil shares traded a day, hovering right around what it's normally doing. So it's just really, pushing. It's doing, what I thought it might do, coming off that curve up like that. And again, what I'm looking at is this kind of stuff here to buy smiley faces, like I said. Anywho, catching, 20, 30, 40% of a move. Generally speaking, I'm happy with that. So we're good there. Is everybody behaving themselves in the stocks only here? I assume if not, real will smack you around. I don't know whether real remembers or not. I got several lectures from real when I was a very new trader. One time I entered a trade, it was a losing trade. Well, not one time, many times. And I made some comment about it not working out, and he asked me, "Well, what was your stop?" And I said, "I didn't have a stop." And he said, "Well, why did you enter that trade? Don't ever do that again." And that was probably the last time I ever entered a trade without a stop after getting that lecture. There's a little more to that lecture, I do believe, that he gave me, but I appreciated things like that. And Zorro, I appreciate the comment of calling me Barry. However, I am not Barry today. I am the substitute teacher for Barry. No, real, it didn't go. You were a little harsher with me, but I appreciated it. It was something I certainly needed to hear. I may have been a bit overconfident when I first started learning to trade that I taught myself to speak fluent Spanish completely on my own. So I said, "Oh, how hard can trading be?" And I quickly learned how hard trading could be. So looking at this list here, I know it's once again, anybody that sees, I know it says automation. There's no automation going on with this right now, but the idea that I have behind automation is that I want to curate a list of stocks to automate. I don't want a scan to look at the entire market. I want the scan to only look at the stocks that I tell it to look at. And so anything on here right now is just for my liked symbol list, some stuff that I've been experimenting with. But looking at this list, take a look at some of the stuff that's coming through it. And it's a basic scanner. The idea was stolen from Barry, actually. What I did is I took a new high alert and coupled it with a few filters here. So, looking at stocks that are 75% above the low of the previous day, got to trade at least 75,000 shares today. We're not starting the scan until 15 minutes after the open, and has to have an average of 300,000 shares over the last 5 days traded. So, and take a look at what we've done so far out of trying to look at this box. 2730, not too shabby. 3458 on JNPR, not bad. Ford was 2040. Again, we're looking good, but I have the market on my side too right now, and very much I have the market on my side. So, as they say, a rising tide lifts all boats. So it's not like it's some genius scan that I'm running or anything like that. And what do I mean by the market on my side? I mean the market is really making a nice move right now. All given on very light volume. That's irrelevant. A move is a move, and if you get a part of it, that's all that matters, because that's what pays our bills. That's what bolsters our accounts. And we can see right here, we got nice separation on the 820 EMA and SMA happening right now. We're really pushing up into new all-time highs again here. Trains leaving the station, it looks like. Could we open here tomorrow? Absolutely, we could open there tomorrow. Is it likely? I don't think so. Barring some kind of news or anything like that, I think the market will be in its holding pattern over the next couple of days. But again, I don't get paid for my opinion. But however, it's working now. Like I said, rising tides lifting all the boats. So all right, YouTube looks like we're good on that. We look like we're good here on all this. All right, back to the off topic. So Dora's asking, is BBIO still a short? I mean, could be. I often joke around, especially on Twitter. I'll post something with a chart like this. I'd post something like it looks like it has support around zero. Should have a nice bounce around $0 at this point. What I would say is this, on the upside, I talk about being extended away from those moving averages, real extended away from the 15 here. So this might be something, if you were trying to short, you're doing it on a smaller time frame chart. It's hard to say on these charts. Is it basing there? I don't know. And again, to the downside, the same as the upside. It's not something I'm going to go chasing. You're also going to have to contend with the uptick rule here being down a solid 72% basically at this point. So you're going to have to work to get into that one. Swing trades, we're looking good. So, all right, if everybody will excuse me for a moment, I'll put myself on mute. I'll be back in a moment here. It can get kind of chilly here. You're good in here? All right. If you're cold, you can open this door because this gets colder back here than it does. All right. I know you're jumping on the bed, whatever else, keep you nice, whatever. Please be careful. Huh? Yeah, what's up? Sure. You can also put a long sleeve shirt on. Okay, back. So yeah, usually around 10:30, Barry goes through a whole spiel about the room. So I'm a little off on the timing of that, but a similar format is what Barry does every day. For anybody that's new here, Barry shares his screen, much like what I'm doing with his scans. He shares his scans on in the different tabs here for the homepage. We do this format Monday through Friday, barring market holidays on the weekdays, so on and so forth. If you're interested in a Trade Idea subscription, I would refer you to Barry's homepage. You can check things out there. He'll have a discount code for you. If you need the link for Barry's homepage, we can get you that rate here. I'll put that in the, let's see, we'll put that in the off topic. All right, that's Barry's homepage. You can do that in YouTube too. There you go. All of his scans are there, everything that he shares. Anybody that's new, he always talks about, start with a monthly plan first if you go to take a Trade Idea subscription. The reason why he suggests this and I suggest this is we have a no refund policy. So you can start with a month. There's a discount there for you for that first month. You don't like it, you walk away at a discounted first month. No harm, no foul. If you do like it and you decide, let me get the savings for the rest of the year, you upgrade within that first month to a yearly. We'll honor the rest of that discount code prorated to what you already paid. So, gives you a way to kind of protect yourselves on both sides of that. Usually at noon Eastern on this, Barry passes over the YouTube side to the different guys during the day, during the week, excuse me. Monday's usually Sean, Tuesday is Michael, Wednesday Steve, Thursday Jamie, and Friday Andy. I did have a bit of trouble with the YouTube stream this morning using our normal software, so I'm not sure if I will or will not be passing it to Sean. I'll have to coordinate that with him in a moment here. Barry takes the room to 3 o'clock live on the mic every day. Usually, he started a new format with me recently where he puts himself on mute at 3 o'clock Eastern, and then at 3:30 he shuts down the room and YouTube, and I take over the YouTube side for about an hour Q&A too. So if you guys just can't get enough of the stream of trade ideas, trading, charts, scanning, whatever, 3:30 Eastern, Monday through Friday, I'm there. It's always a very, very, very small crowd. So, you can get some real personalized stuff going on over there if anybody's struggling with anything as far as scanning the software, anything like that goes. So that's an abbreviated version of what Barry normally does. As far as talking about the software and subscriptions. And of course, any questions, pop them in the off topic there and do my best to answer those. Good morning there, Mr. William S. How are you? Filling in for Barry today in case you weren't around on Thursday. Chris V filling in for him. Let's see, we're all caught up here. Elijah over on YouTube. Elijah would just depend on the scan. It has to meet all the scans criteria. Uh, if you have the specific scan, you can email it and email it to me, and I'll take a look at the scan to try to tell you why it did or did not pop in there. So let's see, Elijah. You can email if you want us to give a troubleshoot on the scan. I don't know whether it'll be me or someone else might get to it, but info at trade-ideas.com. You can email a cloud link of that scan to that there. All right, so we see a gap down in reverse for our cruisers here, continuing. All right. So NCHL, this big gap down. We fought back. We're now looking like we're going to cross here the 820 on the fives. And it's caught right up here on that 815 EMA. So it's not really overdone with a lot of volume either. And what do I mean by a lot of volume? Yes, there's 7.3 mil shares traded today, but we're still underneath what we've been doing for the 10-day average here. And very noteworthy here, something from Barry's playbook, we have increasing volume here on both 5 and 15-minute charts to the buy side. So now we're starting to make a nice move into filling up that gap. We've taken out high of the day here, trying to move off of that. So certainly worth noting on that. So that's NLCA, NCLH. Let's see, Carnival. Probably going to look about the same. Yep, almost exactly the same. But this crossed a bit ago here, actually. So nice move off that cross. And we can see this is starting to hook up and around on it. We'll have to fight its way through that 20 SMA on the 15-minute chart in a moment. What do I think of GRTS? Well, got it here on my like symbols. But one, like you said, vaccine play and medical, bio, pharmaceutical. So you got to be careful with those because you take a position here and wake up tomorrow and it'll be here. Unfortunately, that's the risk you take with these. But this line seems to be an awful lot of trouble for it. This around $14, give or take, maybe just a touch higher than 14 here. Big price magnet for that, or a big magnet for that price action. You've got this long swooping base here. That's a base that's inside that. All right, and you can see it's really trying to wedge its way here up into that. With the exception of things you can't control, and what you can't control is the gap up or down that it could possibly make based on news. You start to have some nice definition of R in here, and what I mean by R is risk and reward, at least for me anyways. So we zoom in on this chart. What I'm looking at here is you got this and you've got this within that, and we can see that this area right here gives us a nice defined area of risk, at least for me. That's what my eye is going to. So right around that $12 range, if we can bust through 14. So now we're talking about risking around $2. All right. And now my stops are hard, my targets are not. But we're looking at 15.99, 16, somewhere in this area here to the upside. So it's kind of a 1-for-1 R. We obviously know this thing can move because we've seen it shoot way up. The other thing that I note though here, these are all the thoughts that go through my mind on any chart before taking a position. Odds are you at least had a lot of bag holders here. All right. And every one of them, please God, let that price get anywhere near here so I can dump my stock for not so bad of a loss. And every time that the price comes up here, this supply will meet this demand every single time up until this supply becomes exhausted and this demand becomes heavier. What point that is, I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. But that's, these are the pieces of information that I personally take to consider anything as far as looking at getting into a position. So you've got a nice kind of defined risk area down here. At least that's what my eye goes to. Someone else might look at $10 as a better defined risk area. It's kind of relative to what you're looking at for time frame and how you're willing to share size and risk. Someone that's more intraday, a lot of times people are looking back at the bottom of a previous 15-minute candle for how they're going to define their risk. But overall, GRTS is in a nice uptrend for the month, grinding higher. Like I said, though, that 14 number, give or take a few bucks here, because obviously that line isn't right at 14, but this number right up here, that's been a tough one. Um, I guess a gap down in crap would be, yes, a gap down in reverse. Usually, gap in crap refers to a gap up and a reversal down, generally speaking. You're welcome, Dora. So I see someone said hi, Max again. Yeah, still grinding up higher. Uh, Again, almost a red bar ignore. I don't think the bottom of this green candle is at the bottom of that, the body of that red candle. But yep, nice move. Still continuing to grind higher there. So sorry, I just have an internal chatter that I have to start here. So, okay, what else are we looking at here? Vermilion. It's one that I've been watching for a little bit here again. We discussed energy was getting slaughtered earlier, but nat gas, not so much. So nat gas has had a nice gap up and go for the day so far. Pretty beaten up though after its massive run back here. Uh, Not sure what that was all about, to be honest. Just got ahead of itself. You know, it's going to be a warm winter, going to be a cold winter. I don't really know. But we've seen a reversal here on some of the energy plays. I just look at a couple sectors here. SOXX, semiconductors remain really strong, even though I guess there's still some major chip shortage going on. Starting to break away, and they've just been market leaders for a real long time. XOP is your exploratory here for gas and oil. This is one that I got real bullish back in February ish, give or take. It's had its ups and downs since then. Right up here, it was at about pre pandemic levels and couldn't really get through it. So we'll see. Does it build a base from here to move up? I don't know. Move down that way? Again, I don't know. But, you know, just look at what we've got going on for some of these sectors here. Let's see, Mark, Chris, support told me, I'm a basic top percent gainer scan. Yeah, so, you know, Mark there in YouTube. The best I can say is if you can email a scanner to me at our email, I can load it up and try to troubleshoot you here. So info@trade.com. And yeah, as far as any phone calls go, they just go to the girls that run billing. They don't do anything with the software traders really. So here, that email address and our live support chat on our homepage is where we'll do all of our troubleshooting. If you can email me that scanner there so I can take a look though, and I'll see if I can't come up with the answer here on screen. I'll ship it over to one of the other guys. All right, sorry, just going back through some of the questions here in the comments. So MOBQ. Thinly traded. Nothing I'm interested in. I mean, I'm more of kind of a long bias trader. I haven't. The only bear market I've experienced is was the crash from the pandemic. I don't know that I really. I mean, yes, it fit the definition of a bear market for about 3 days, and then that was it. But I've never seen when the financial crisis happened and that ensuing bear market. I was in my 20s and I was just buying some casual stocks for longer term investments, and I wasn't doing anything like trading. So I've never traded a real bear market. But no, there's not there's not really anything to comment off here. It's fell and there's support around zero is what I see at this point. So Mark. So if you can do, yeah, that won't work. Sorry, Mark. What I need you to do, Mark, is this. Come to File, go to Load from Cloud, and then find that scanner in your cloud. All right, and then share it so that you have this URL here, and send me that URL. All right, so I can load the actual scanner. I can't load it from that file, Mark. This is some interesting stuff in the swing trading for options. I'm not an options guy myself, but I am always curious. All right, so looking at those TI strength alerts again, solid day so far. So let's see here. BW, not a whole lot there, but very thinly traded, but it's up a dime. KBR, the home builder, no, right? No, KBR. No, KB is your home builder. So software. All right, we're looking good off there. 6 dimes up. And taking out a lifetime high as well, or coming up on a lifetime high, I should say. So we like stocks that are going up, that's for sure. That looks really nice to me too. Again, buying smiley faces. Does it mean it's going to continue? I don't know. But I do like the look of that chart. Let's see, RCUS. This one a little more volatile, but we're still up 3/4. Some room to run above it there. And also not too far off a lifetime high here as well either. So I kind of like this here. I like this. So we had this move here and a big move up, and we came back down, filled that gap. We're bouncing off that again. So these are the things that these are what my eye sees anyways. Again, if that makes sense to anybody, great. If it doesn't make sense to anybody, sorry. All right, and Mark over there in YouTube, Steve just responded to you on an email, something from the user's guide, I believe, to help you with sharing scans from the cloud. So, like I said, if you can send that back over as a cloud link, then I can actually load the scan, or he can load it, and he might be able to give you an answer. So let's see. Oh, I'd mentioned before, I was talking about VET. If I see that popping through here, I was talking about nat gas. That's continued to look okay. We're starting to pull back a little bit. Another one, MGY. This is something I've traded on and off a bunch. Not that far off its lifetime high here. Had this beautiful run up. We'll see if it can start to make this again here. That's your lifetime high back there. Looked like it was going to do it and kind of just came undone again. So again, thinly traded though. So it's one of those ones, move on you fast. I won't be taking any positions today. We're at 11 o'clock already. And not my day to do it. Popping some doors. Ryan, yeah, there was a trade of the week. It was IBB. Let me see. Have it in my email somewhere. I didn't really read it. So I'll bring that over here. So this is what the trade of the week looked like for you there. So rotation sectors, environment, blah, blah, blah. IAB fighting regain control, flattened 50-day simple moving average, 200 moving average looming just above. So here's your flattening 50. There's your 200 looming above. We're considering it live at 155.17. Risk management not below the 20-day moving average. Looking at a basing pattern kind of play versus a breakout. And these are a few items also to watch here. PGR, Pfizer, DWAC, Mara, Riot. So crypto, social media, virus play. I have no idea what PGR is. So that's your trade of the week. Let's see what's the IBB doing. So it gapped down, never even got up to, never even triggered for now. So yeah, biotechs, they just haven't had it. They're, both the biotech EFTs that I look at are negative on the year. They started the year somewhere around here. Nice run up. It came range bound. Tried to run up again. I guess we'd call it a double top, triple top in hindsight maybe. And been on a steady downfall here. So what we're trying to do is find a basing that's going on here more or less. So that's your trade of the week there. You're welcome, Ryan. Yeah, I don't know why those spam folders jump on those. And also, no Barry today. Substitute teacher of Chris today. Thanks, PJ. Appreciate it. Big shoes to fill with Barry. I know, like I said, I'm not quite the active talker that he is, so I do apologize for that. Okay, Mark sent that in. All right, so you guys are going to get a glimpse of what I do to try to troubleshoot someone here. I'm going to load up this fella's scan here from YouTube there, Mark. And, there's a few things I do right away. Come into the configure. First thing I do is go to sort. We're sorting on change from close. Come to symbols list. So we're excluding NYSEs. Exchanges, we're the basic exchanges, window specific filters, basic stuff here. So change from close 8%. It's got to be up a minimum of that. Dollar value. Okay, this is probably where it's going to come in, Mark. The dollar volume is a 10-day average, not today. So now my next step would be this here. I'm going to go to our stocks like this page. So I don't know if all of you are or are not familiar with this, but if we go to support on our homepage, we go down to traders area. We have this called stocks like this. We'll bring up MBOT. Right. So just to give it what it was looking like from 939.35. Dollar volume. All right, now what's your dollar volume? So yeah, there we go. You got a dollar volume of at least 2 million. And this has the dollar volume between 300,000, 371,000, and 396,000, give or take. because it's a 10-day average. So that's why that MBOT got blocked. I'll surmise that PYR is no different. PYR. And yeah, so we didn't, just over a million, 1 million, 1.1 million on that. With a 2 million minimum. So Mark, hopefully if you're there, let me know that you saw that. That's what got you blocked. I'm not going to do this. I don't think I should do it live anyways. There is a way to do dollar volume for today as a custom. I just hesitate diving down the custom formulas route here live because of the ensuing questions and my very limited knowledge in customs. Let me see something here. There's some things I just don't want to go too far down rabbit holes and, really annoy everybody that's in the traders room. Oh, William, you cannot fool me. Barry does absolutely no singing. I spy on Barry every day. I've been listening to Barry since early 2017. Let's see. Back to the stocks only. Yeah, Zorro. And then Zorro, just in case, on the stocks only, just throw those questions in the off topic because one, that's where they belong. Two, that's what I'm monitoring that a little more than the stocks only. I know Real does a lot of the policing there on the stocks only. Thank goodness Barry has him to help out. And it looks like William is now also put as a moderator too. So that's also a big help for Barry, I'm sure. But yeah, Zorro, I'm more of a swing slash swing scalper, I would call it. I like to get positions on a day and then, jump out of part of that position on that day and then let it ride afterwards. So, I haven't done a lot of trading recently, but something, one of my last trades anyways here was HIMX, HIMX. And so I'd taken a position several days ago. I think I took it somewhere on this day. No, I'm lying. I took it on this day. All right. And I had sold some of it here on the second wick day when it wasn't going the way that I wanted it to. And then I sold the rest on this day here. And hindsight says bad move, but I also just not trying to hold things for too long. So things that, reasons why I was interested in the trade. I like a bigger picture, number one. So I was looking at this kind of bigger picture here. And I saw this nice kind of base had formed. This was some really good support going way back, way back, way back. All right. So I'd seen this kind of nice base had formed here. And while I knew that this area was probably tough to get through, I like the risk reward that was defining itself from here and here, essentially. And knowing that if we got a little more movement, a little more volume, I'd have probably held more of it. But I was, looking at that 15 as a possible magnet of price action to bring it back up to that level. And that was kind of my thought process behind all of it. I've been more gun shy recently to cut trades earlier than I normally would, as I've had some things move against me kind of sharply that I didn't like over the last several months. So I kind of just adjusted smaller share size out a little quicker. Sometimes it's worked well, sometimes it hasn't. But the thing that I've kept consistent is my stop. I like to keep that tight and neat. No specific time frame there, M4 or 4M. My stop is ultimate and my upside risk is kind of just managed by price and volume. When we did this on on Thursday, no, it was Wednesday, not Thursday. I'm sorry. When this happened on last Wednesday, we had this nice move up. It came right up into resistance actually, and I saw this move down. I was like, well, I'm not, not looking to do anything fancy. I'm not going to let that profit slip away from me here. And so, I killed the trade somewhere on this 15-minute bar. As a matter of fact, that second 15-minute bar on Wednesday of last week. Once again, hindsight trading being what it is, I came down and caught this 815 EMA here and continued to look strong through there. But I'd made a few dollars and decided that was enough for me for that, and I didn't want to hold any more risk, knowing that Thursday was, a day before market holiday and coming into the end of the year. I just wanted to, I prefer to close things out as winners and not mess around going into it. And so I have my ideas of where I'm looking at on the upside, but they're kind of more ideas versus my hard downside, what I'm willing to do. And then, sorry, someone's asking some stuff here on YouTube. My B and S icon's not working on the chart. Yeah, Barry's fine. He just, he wanted a day off. All right, so on your B and S icons here, Anna, do you have Brokerage Plus linked to the simulator and then to the account and all those things like that? So let me bring Brokerage Plus over here. So, come to Brokerage Plus and make sure you're connected, whatever you're going to connect to. So this is, my simulated account here. And then you got to make sure you connect down here, Anna. So, make sure you're connected there. And then, you have your BNS, your buy and sells. So that should do it from there. It's going to be based off of what your default chart strategy is too. I'm sorry, I completely skipped that part. So what you need to define a strategy as a default chart strategy here, Anna. So let me know if you're with me and you can hear me. And thank you, Mr. Steve. That's what I thought too was going on with that. Because I know that the dollar volume, our dollar volume filters a 10-day average, not today's dollar volume. There is a way to do it with customs. I think to do it with a custom, actually, that's one of the more simple formulas. Take a look here in what customs I do have. All right, you're with me. Perfect. Dollar volume. Yeah, so your dollar volume for custom, would be this here for anybody. It's going into the YouTube side. I'll put an off topic here. Anybody, I mean, if you know customs, I surmise you're already going to know this one anyways, but that would be your custom for doing dollar volume for today. So, all right, back to you, Anna. This is essentially what you're going to want to do. Take your strategy, whatever it is that's loaded here into Brokerage Plus, and you're going to right click and you're going to come to set as default chart long. All right. And then you'll be able to use that from the chart, just like I set up this here. So I've got these orders here. And I can delete those orders and goodbye. You could start a new strategy from scratch too. So, we could right click here on this little blue area here. We can go new trading strategy. And this is going to have this configuration window right here. There's nothing to configure, collaborate. We decide, are we going short or long? So we'll check which one we want from there. We got to set an account to it. So we'll click accounts. You'll pick the account that you want from here. All right. set up our entry time, what time we want this to run from. Are there any other parameters that we want for this? Do we want to be able to trade a strategy more than, or excuse me, a symbol more than once if we already have the position? Some of this pertains a little more to automation than it does manual trading. But just good exercise to go through all these tabs, make sure you're not missing anything. Your order details tab, this is how we're going to decide our position sizing. So we can go from fixed shares, so you can see shares here. We can put what we want, 100, 1,000, a million, whatever it is. Or we can go fixed dollars, that change to dollars there. You can see, how many dollars worth of the stock do we want to buy, 150, 1,000. Or we can go based on our stop loss and the risk value, risking $100, risking $200. We're going to decide, are we going in a market? Are we going in at a limit? Do we want a stop limit? I always hesitate to mention the stop limit just because a lot of people seem to get confused, since it's kind of a dual order the way it works. There's two parts to that order on a stop limit. So if you're familiar with stop limits, by all means, use it. It can get you a better price to get into a stock. If you're not really familiar with stop limits, you should do a little studying up on it. Maybe even reach out to your broker about them to get their definition. Other than that, I really recommend staying to limits and market orders. You go with a limit, you set your offset here, a negative number, so like we go negative 0.05. That means I'm willing to give up 5 cents to be able to get into that stock outside what the last price is off the spread. Time and force, that's very straightforward. How long you're willing for that order to sit out there to get the fill. Your risk management tab is where you can have your bracket order set up. So if you get a fill, you can have a defined stop go right out to your broker along with a defined target if you wish. You cannot have you cannot have a stop and a trailing stop at the same time. That defies market mechanics because they both act as separate orders. So if your stop got triggered, your trailing stop would still be there, or vice versa, which would then put you in a short position. I can't tell you how many times I've seen someone have that happen in the simulator before we made it so you couldn't do that. And then if you want a hold time here, you don't have to have a hold time, but you can have a hold time here. So, Mark, I don't know if you'd heard me before. I kind of was doing a troubleshooting you there before. Our dollar volume is a 10-day average. It's not today's dollar volume. So let me know if you could hear that there, Mark, there in YouTube. It's a 10-day average on that. Now we went through it on our stocks like this page to show you what the actual what we're reporting for that 10-day dollar volume average. We can do today's dollar volume. You can do it. We can do it as a custom for you. And I know people hear customs and they think they can just start writing custom code. That's not how it works. We have short code to reference within the system that it already exists. So for example, we don't have EMAs in the system, so you can't write an EMA filter. So all right, hopefully that all makes sense there. And then once you're done with what we just went through, you turn that strategy on. And like I said, to save it as your default chart long, and then you can go buy or sell off of that. Essentially, obviously, you need it to be a short strategy to sell. So Zorro, yeah, a couple of things here. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mark, for confirming that. Also, sometimes I don't know if my mic goes silent. I unplugged my mic the other day without realizing it, and was on silent for a while talking into the void. Gotcha, Mark. So, all right, uh, I'm gonna do this against my better judgment here. Let me move this out of the way. So again, I've referenced customs a few times. Since I'm not really actively trading or doing anything like that, I'll go into this a little bit here. We have the ability with short codes to do custom formulas. So anybody that wants to follow along, you're more than welcome to. And then I'm going to circle back to you, Zorro, about some what I do with swing trading a little bit here. I've a couple of scans that are my go-tos to find uh, to find some setups. Or some funny chatter coming in here that's distracting me, and in Slack. All right, so we start here on the home page, and you're going to log in. All right, and you're going to come to custom formulas here. All right, so this is your account management page. Make sure you're logged in. If not, log in. You come to custom formulas page. All right, and yours, depending if you have formulas or not already in there, will or will not look like this with these custom formulas. No, there's no secret crazy custom formula sauce that's in here. Most of these are from me troubleshooting people's scans that have custom formulas in them, because you can't share scans with custom formulas. So when they share scan, I have to replicate their custom formula, put it into my account, then add it to the scan they shared with me, and then I can troubleshoot from there. Um, so from there, there's a few different pages that we look at. This first one, this help, is kind of an instructions guide here. Oops. I'm going to open that in a new tab. Maybe. There we go. It'll give you this here. There's an overview of the formula editor. I'm not going to go too far down into any of this stuff. All right. You do not need to be a coder. Some basic math skills and function skills is all you need. Um, this talks about referencing the pre-existing codes, so on and so forth. All right. And there are a few pre-existing codes that'll be within here. Here are your standard operators. All right. For doing any of this. If you don't understand these things, it's mostly C programming language. Google it. You can do a little, you know, it's not overly intensive, Mark. At least not what I'm going to show you here. And there might be some people that are in the other side of the traders room too here, because I'm broadcasting on two sides that may find this useful as well. So, something a little different than what Barry normally does. Although Barry, if I have go-to questions for customs, Barry's one of the guys that's a go-to actually for me. But I didn't say that just in case you guys ever start hitting him for customs. That wasn't me that told you that. So we can reference certain things in these short codes. So here are some short codes. Price is a short code. Last is a short code. Most recent close with the underscores are your short codes. Your opens, your time after the open. All right, days of the week, today's high, today's low. So these are all short codes that are within here. In the formula editor, there's a second one for the rest of the codes that we have. Right click, we can come into here. And again, all these are your short codes here. So you have every one of these things here for a short code. in here, there's some other ones too that people may find of interest, like shares traded in 1 minute, shares traded in 5 minute. So V up 1 is your 1 minute shares traded, V up 5 is your 5 minute shares traded, so on and so forth up to 30. Your different SMAs and different time frames, standard deviations, VWAP, closing price, so on and so forth. And then down here, you start to get into some different functions again, true and false, how these different statements can be written. Again, I'm not going to go into these statements in that sense, but the short code for volume and dollar or price are really easy. So here we have price, all right, and here we have volume today, shares. All right, so there's our shares traded today. And so dollar volume is really simple. It's just shares traded times the price. That's it. And so if we come into the formula editor here, I already have it as an actual code. But what I'll do here is do it on screen with you all here. So if we go create new code, okay, we come up to the script editor here, right? And I can take from the filter codes here, I can take and highlight price, all right? So copy. We come into the script editor and I put price there. Whoops, I don't know why I did that, but make sure that you're at the edge here like this. Times, all right? And again, I'm going to take the code for volume, so TV in the brackets, today's volume. All right, I'm going to copy that, come back to the formula editor. So we've got price times volume. And again, I don't know why it's spacing out like me, but there it is. All right, and that's it. Now we can give it a description. All right, and we can call it dollar volume today, so as not to be confused by the other. And it's going to get a reference like any other filter. For me, it's going to be called U9, depending on what order you've put these in and deleted and things like that. We start at U0, goes all the way to U99 because there's a 100 max on customs that you can have. All right. And units, we can go dollar. All right. Dollar volume. Is that what we use for dollar volume? Units? Yeah. A little more complicated, but all the same. We'll go dollar. Back to the formula editor. Your format, we can leave it just as this here, 1.00. We don't need to add a graphic to it. All right. You're going to click save and it'll say that you're good here. Now, if we did something wrong with this, I'm just going to add some gibberish at the end here and then go to save. You'll see here error return, and it's showing me where that error is coming from. All right. So now we have this. All right. You have that in your cloud. What you need to do from here is you'll come to account, reset your connection. Okay. On the menu bar. So I can get rid of this all here. So I just want to dock that back where it belongs. All right. And so just, on the menu bar here, all right, this menu bar, you'll reset your connection so that loads into the cloud. And now if I go to right click a scan and I go to configure, and I go to search, there's my dollar volume, and I had that U9 dollar volume today, and I use it like any other filter. I can add that filter and start to give it what I want here for here for a value. All right, versus this dollar volume here. See, this is shares per day versus dollar share times today. So, and that's the short and skinny of customs. There's a big rabbit hole you can get down them. I'm sure there's some fancy stuff that people have done that's wonderful. All right, so where does first time user of this software go and get started investing with this software? Very new. I would suggest to you, Walter, hanging right here. I'm filling in for Barry, who normally runs the traders room today. and you're all stuck with me all day. Sean's going to take the afternoon off from the Q&A today, so it'll just be me here. Ask questions here. Normally, the format is from about 9 o'clock in the morning till noon when Barry is on the mic, Eastern times. He's more a little trader focused, but he certainly can answer questions best he can going forward. Noon Eastern here every market day. It's a live Q&A on the YouTube side here, there, Walter, and fair game on any questions. And then again at 3:30 Eastern every day, Walter, I do a live Q&A here as well. The Q&As are usually never overly busy, so you ask away questions. There's no right way to do the software. There's no, this is how you should start, this is how you should not start. What I tell people is, there's two places to start and trade ideas. One is your menu bar here. All right. You've got new, and you can start loading stuff here from there. You want to start a new alert window, topless multi window. What do these things mean? An alert window. So with the risk of boring the hell out of everybody on the other side of the traders room, I apologize, but to help Walter out here, I want to see if there's basic stuff on how software for quick but safe moves. I don't know about quick and safe moves. I mean, there's no guarantee in anything here, Walter. What I would say to do first is really just kind of get an idea of who you are and what you're looking for as a trader. So, one of the first things you could do here is you can come to, you can open up a doc channel bar out of new. We have a lot of pre-done scans here in this doc channel bar. The reason why I mentioned the dock channel bar is it keeps things tight and nice in here in this docked window. And so, depending on what you're trying to do, you can start to go through each one of these channels. They're themed. Whether you want to look at these swing ideas and things like that. Yes, slow down, the 20 lessons in 20 days. So, first, you can find that actually. So what I'm going to share with you here is our education page, and I'll bring that over. Copy link address. So there's our educations page. All right. I'm going to load this up and bring it over for you to look at together real quick. So this is our education page. So if you want to do stuff on your own, aside from, what the little tutorial I'm going to go over, we have a full user's guide that's searchable here, Walter, or for anybody else that's new kicking the tires. Come into the user's guide. You can either scroll down or use this arrow to jump down here. And you can go through a description of each one of these different items that are in here, okay? Or you can start to search in the table of contents. Just start typing anything, all right? Whatever you want to look for. And you're going to get returned some results, and you can go through each one of those results. So that's number one on the education page. You have 20 introductory lessons. It's just real short videos, no sound, just some click and point stuff here on going through different things. You don't have to do it in 20 days. Everybody's got a different learning curve. You need to do it in 40 days, do it in 40 days. You need to do it in 20 minutes, you do it in 20 minutes. Whatever works for you, obviously. This daily support session is what led you to me now. All right. So that's our YouTube channel, our live channel there. The free traders room. I'm speaking to another group of people that are in a different room. You're welcome to join that free room as well. It's a little more trading oriented, but there's some different tabs for different topics in there for swing traders, more active day traders, some off topic stuff. But off topic still remains to trading in the software itself. We're not talking about baseball in there or something. And then tech support tab in there as well. We have bi-weekly daily webinars. So every other week it's Monday, Wednesday. Then every other week it's Tuesday, Thursday. They're done at 5 o'clock Eastern or 2 p.m. Pacific. Great stuff in these daily webinars. So sign up for those for sure. And then we have a whole huge educational video series that's here on YouTube. Really great stuff. Back to basics. Mr. Michael Noss did that with his wife, and it basically starts off from what's a stock and goes all the way up into some real advanced stuff there. Great place. This is something, anybody that watches, obviously take your time on that. some different books that the guys that have worked here for a long time have done on different types of markets and trading and so on and so forth. I hesitate to show anybody, but you can book a one-on-one lesson with some of us. We really, really, really try to steer people away from the one-on-one lessons for a couple of reasons. One, most people want to take it right away. And this software, I think you can get a lot more out of learning the software from Barry and from Barry in here and the guys at noon Eastern on YouTube, and from me at 3:30 Eastern on one. And I think after you've been using the software for a month, 6 weeks, I think is a good range. Then maybe you want to dive into some specific stuff. Take one of the, book a one-on-one. It's just that 129 bucks an hour isn't cheap for most people, I would think, anyways. And when there's so many directions you can go with the software, I think it's a waste of money and time when you're so new to do that. That's just my personal opinion. Again, free country, do whatever you want. But we have so much free stuff to share with you, and we're live for so many hours of the day that I just think it's tough to do the one-on-ones early. So that's kind of my thing on the one-on-ones. Will I share a link for the trading room? Yeah, sure. The other side of the trading room. Copy link address, see if that works for you. I think that should work for you there. There's something else I wanted to circle to with all this. It slipped my mind now. Anyways, those are the main places that I would send you to, and that's literally through these pages. I think the patternsite.com that Real had shared with me 4.5, 5 years ago, that was where I learned quite a bit about patterns. Let me see if I can find something for that. The pattern site. Somewhere in here. So this is, all right, so that's the trading room. There's the link for that, sorry. Patternsite.com. This is where I actually learned a ton of chart pattern studying, whatever you want to call it. I'll throw that in the off topic over here as well. For anybody that's interested in that, that's something that Real had shared with me a long time ago. So there's some places, then some general YouTube videos and things like that. Best thing I can tell you is stay away from anybody that claims they're making a ton of money every day, and stick to the simple stuff that's looking to educate you, not get you into buying stocks. And the rest, I learned everything else I know about trading literally through Barry, Jamie, Steve, Andy, Sean, Michael, all of them. I learned everything I know about trading through them. So anything you don't like, blame them. So that's that. Now, I'll get into a little bit here on building a layout here. So someone might say to themselves, oh, how do I get, scans like you got, or organize, that'll take a little bit of time, how exactly you want to organize it. But what I'm going to do is hide the stuff here for now. All right. And we're going to build a layout together. And again, I apologize to anybody here that I'm boring, and just mute me in the traders room. So, all right, let's just pretend that, when I'm trying to teach someone to build a layout, start with just this here, a channel bar and your menu bar. That's it. You don't need anything else. All right. And we're going to go one by one here. And we're going to say, all right, well, I like momentum stocks. So go ahead and click the momentum channel. All right. And that did not do what I wanted it to do. I forgot that I don't have open relative domain window open. Let's try that again. Tools, options, layouts, open relative domain menu. And let's try that again. All right. I like momentum stocks. I'm going to click on the momentum channel. All right. And so here's going to come all this stuff here. And we've got some scans that are in here. All right. And so we've got what we call alert windows and multi windows, single stock and top list windows. Short synopsis in each one of these. Means top list. It's just a set of filters that comes back and forth from the server every 30 seconds with the stocks that meet the scan. The M window is short for multi. All right. And that's going to be a whole bunch of alert windows in there. And alert windows are these A windows right here, marked by that A in the corner. An alert window is a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this stock did exactly what you asked me to look for at this exact time. All right. And that's how they work. They work with a twofold event system and a filter system. So everything in Trade Ideas is a right click, whether it's an alert window, a multi window, a chart, single stock, indicated by the S in this window here. That's not there right now for whatever reason. So if we right click, we can come to a configure in any of these windows. So we come to configure an alert window. Well, what do you mean by an alert or an event? This is what I mean. These ones with these icons here are all alerts or events. A new high on the day, a new low, this kind of pullback from the close, this kind of pullback from the open, check mark, inverted check mark, standard deviation break up, break out, break down. All right, these are all events. They have to happen. Boom, this event happened. They get coupled with what we call filters. If we scroll down, we can see the icons change from here to here. These single icons, these double icons, these are filters with these double icons. So filters, a price, spread, average daily volumes on different time frames, different volumes on different time frames, volatility measured in different ways, average true range, so on and so forth. All right, whole list of filters. You can click on any of these. We can go to help and get a definition on any of these. All right, that'll load you up by clicking that and clicking help. It'll give you a definition on whatever you clicked on. Okay. We can add these filters. The same thing goes to alerts. We can add the alert. So if I click on the alert and I say add alert, it'll now bring me to the selected alerts tab. And from there, I can decide the alerts to select. I generally say that one alert per window, two max, because not every alert will work with your filter sets that are over here. So again, what do I mean by filters? You have a price range. So for example, this is looking at stocks between $1 and $50, and they have to have traded 100,000 shares at least today. They have to be up 2% from the previous day's close with a relative volume of 3, and so on and so forth. All right. So in order for stock to meet the scan's criteria, it has to A, be making a new high on the day, and then meet all these filters at the same time it's making that new high. And that's what alert window does. The top list over here, it only has the filters. There's no alert. There's no event to say, hey, I did this. It's just saying, hey, the stock meets these criterias during this span of time. All right. So hopefully that makes sense there so far. Walter, you're with me, and anybody else. And again, I apologize to people in the traders room. And so sorry, Terry, I saw that question there. I am told soon that we will have pre-market data at 4 a.m. I'm told the hardest parts of the groundwork have been nearly finished, foundations built on those. So make of that what you will. I don't know if soon as a week, if soon as a month, if soon as a year. I was around for when, more things were going to be part of Brokerage Plus soon, and soon turned into some things that we did not count on, with TD Ameritrade and E-Trade's data, API data, being total garbage. And then when we said, hey, your data doesn't work, and they said, hey, we don't care, that, left us in the cold a little bit. Anyways, so back to all this here for Walter, anybody that's new and trying to figure out, how do I build a layout? We could say, all right, well, we now have a basic concept of what these windows want to do, and say, well, this multi-strategy extreme master blaster window looks kind of interesting to me after I've gone through it. So I can go right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. And I'm going to save that extreme master blaster. We see the name of it, and boom, I've saved that window. And I say, you know what? I also, I want to see, let's see some short squeeze stuff here. All right. I know short squeeze has been big, and how do I get involved in that? All right. Well, they got some scans that are pre-made about this, and maybe this top list hedge funds think you won't catch them. We can right click and we come to the configure. And again, we can look at what this is doing here. We can hide the unused and we can start to look and we can see all these filters that are in here. And this is what this scan is doing. And I like that scan. All right. I'm going to right click again and I'm going to come and save and share to cloud. And I'm going to save that one. All right. And so we're saving these things to the cloud. They're going to be in our cloud sitting there. And we can say to ourselves, I'm interested in stocks that have made a gap. So we're going to come here to this gap. And we're going to look at these gap movers here. And I'm going to right click and I'm going to save this gap mover too. I'm going to save that. All right. And let's go with one more here for good measure. The Traders Vault. Okay, Traders Vault. This is going to be a huge conglomerate of scans that some of the traders here put together for everybody. These scans that Andy, Jamie, Steve, Sean, Michael that I've used for years. Turbo Family Up, no resistance. Where are you? It's one of my favorites. So this one here. All right, I just happen to know it, but this Turbo Family Up, no resistance. It's a multi-window, and it just cordons stocks off by market cap, and it's going to be stocks that are making new lifetime highs with some volume metrics that are attached. I'm right click and I'm going to save and share this to the cloud too. All right, so now I've got some stuff that I like here. All right, and I'm going to now get rid of everything on my screen except for the menu bar. All right. So we get rid of everything, and now all we got is a menu bar. I don't even need the channel bar. And I'm going to say, all right, I saved that stuff to the cloud. I'm going to come to File, Load from Cloud. And all those things we just saved to the cloud are going to be right here. All right, so there's our Turbo Family Up that we just did. All right. And we're going to load from cloud. And that Gap Movers is here. And we're going to go load from cloud. Hedge funds think you won't catch them. That's there. All right. And last but not least, Extreme Master Blaster. All right. So now we've got some scans for our layout, and we just organize these how we want to decide to organize them. Whatever you want to do on your screen, and how you organize them today might be different than tomorrow, the next week, the year after. All right. So here's the beginning of a layout that we've just created by going through each channel and finding some things that were interesting. We've saved them to the cloud. We've now loaded them from the cloud. But what's a layout without some charts? So we come to New, and we come to Chart Window. And for exercise sake, we're going to load up 3 charts. All right. So 1, 2, 3. But we've got 3 charts that all look exactly the same, and that doesn't make any sense, right? So we got to change this up a little bit here, and we can right click. We're going to come in here and we're going to go time frame, and I'm going to make this one a daily chart. We're going to right click and we're going to make this a 15-minute chart. And we'll leave this as a 5-minute chart here, okay? With the right click, we can get to anything we want that our charts offer. Again, so if we want to mark the charts up, they're here. There's also buttons up here for marking the chart up, some different stuff to go through here. The My Liked function, these are things. This is the reason why I think a one-on-one until you're about a month to 6 weeks in is a waste of time, because I can just go down rabbit holes on every single thing for an hour. But the basic functions here, a time frame. In properties, do we want pre and post market data? All right, some other stuff that's in here, okay? We can right click, we can come to indicators. All right, if we have it as an indicator, you'll find it here. If you don't see it there, we don't have it. We define the periods of these indicators. So for example, excuse me here, lost in thought. So if we want an EMA or an SMA, we can click on that. We can define the period. Do I want a 20 moving average? Do we want a 50 moving average? So on and so forth. We give it colors. What part of the chart do we want it in? All these things. So they're Mac Daddy. What I'm going over right now is, kind of right up your alley and building a layout. We don't make recommendations. All right. We're trade ideas, not trade recommendations. That's the name of the company. So, these scans are idea generation. All right. And so we're building a layout for idea generation right now. All right. So we've taken some pre-used or pre-created scans and done that like this. All right. So now we've got our charts. Now we've got some scans together. What are some other things we can add? Single stock window. All right. So here's a single stock window. And for those that don't know, a single stock window I equate to like the back of a baseball card. What's the ERA? What's the OPS? What's the batting average? What's your RBIs? What are, if it's basketball, your free throw percentage, so on and so forth. This gives us a snapshot of a bunch of stats about any given stock that we're looking at. And again, a right click, and we can come to configure, and we can decide what do we want in here. We can search for things. Here's our columns. Here's what's displaying on the selected columns. All right, we can get rid of it. I don't need change from January, so I can move it over. I don't really care about what the market cap is, so I can move it over. Then we can order the columns. There are limitations to windows because of sizes. Okay, so you can't have 500 different data sets in here, even though we have 500 different data sets. All right, we can look things up according to what the filters are in here. So if you want, you want an RSI, look up RSI. All right, and then we can go and we can add that column. All right, and so now we've really got the inner workings of a layout. And then we can say, all right, well, I'm a premium user. I need Holly too, right? All right, so we can go new. Here's Holly's strategy window, and here's her straight trades window. All right, the strategy window, if we load that up, it's just going to tell us what strategy she came with today and what is going on in those strategies as far as percentages and things like that. It won't show the trades here. So that's the Holly AI strategy window. In the AI strategy trades window, this is what will show us what she's actually alerted to today. All right. And again, everything in trade ideas, right click. So we can right click. We want to see only a certain segment in Holly. We can do that. We want to see all of Holly. We can do that. We can come into the columns. All right. What I want, here's what I have displayed. Here's what I can have displayed. And we move things left and right. All right, based on what we do or do not want. We can display, do we want conservative mode or moderate mode? Moderate means she entered the stock and is holding it to the end of the day unless she gets stopped out. That's it on moderate mode for entry and exit. Conservative means she entered it and there's various reasons she can get out. Profit save, is one of them. That's like a trailing stop. Obviously a stop hit. Some have a profit target, some have a time stop, so on and so forth. All right. And this is, how we make a layout. Now we can say, all right, I got the layout I like. My day of trading is done. How do I save this layout? Sure, easy. A couple of ways we can do this. One, we have the cloud save, and two, we have the local save. So first, let's do our local save. If we go File, we go Save Layout. It will default to ask you to save it as this default layout underscore all capital letters. If you save your layout as such, that is the layout that will load up every single time you start trade ideas. Okay. People like myself, I have multiple layouts for different things. I have layouts for when I'm scanning in the evening. I have a layout for the pre-market. I have a layout for when I'm streaming, doing things like this. Okay, so that's the short and skinny of what of these local saved layouts. Then, and if you want to label it something different, so it's not your default layout, but you want to save it as a layout and give it a name, whatever you want it to be, click save, you're done. There's also File, Save or Share to Cloud right here. And it'll bring up this window. And over here, we can click Entire Layout, and it will save the whole layout. We can give it a name here, whatever you want to call it, and you save that layout. And then you also have the layout saved to the cloud. The advantages of saving to the cloud is one, easy for sharing between if you got friends, whether it's in the trader's room or you got your buddy down the street that you grew up with and you're both traders now and you're sharing scans back and forth. Two, you get a new computer. You just have it saved to the cloud and boom, on the new computer, you just load up trade ideas and you can open your cloud from anywhere on a new computer. Or God forbid anything happens to your computer. It melts down, your kid spills some orange juice on it, your house gets struck by lightning and there's a surge. You have your stuff all saved into the cloud there. So can you reset the default? Um, can I post a link in the trading room, not the education room? I'm not sure which link you're looking for. Um, maybe the pattern site. Is that what you're talking about? I can do that. So there's, put that in the stocks only room. Not really where it belongs, but there. Um, can you reset the default? Um, I don't know what the default is that everybody comes out of the box, what layout. It used to be a channel that no longer exists anymore. So the way to go back to layouts, previous layouts that you had, if it's going to be saved, like we don't have a way to go back on your computer and look at what you had previously, but you can go to File, you can go to Load Layout, and you go to Backups here. And if it exists within your system, it'll be here, timestamp. So you could try to find a time when a previous layout existed here. All right. And you could load it like that. That's the only other way to do that. So hopefully that makes sense. And then let's see, Walter curious also about if you have a back tester for portfolio and screener for retirement minded investors. We don't have anything specific for that, Walter. I mean, what you could do, and you're getting into some really advanced stuff, is you could, create a scan based on, your portfolio. It has to be an alert window and then back test it based on that specific portfolio. We start to get into some real advanced stuff there though. But yes, you could do it. There's a lot of gray area involved in that. First off, in order to backtest anything, it has to be an alert window. If you want to look at specific stocks, you have to start to get familiar with our symbols list and how to link them to a scan, some things like that. So, yes, it is possible. There's a lot of gray area in there with that, though, Walter. So that's that. Now, some other helpful things that I like to share with people that even I find a lot of very long term veteran users do not realize about the software is we update the software. Um, and unless you're keeping up with the updates, you could get left behind on new features. So, in our tools tab here, if we come to options, a few things to look at here. If we go to upgrade and options, there's either production releases or all releases. So you can select one or the other. And then anytime there's a new beta, your new up here will become a bold green and it'll have something there to say, update the software. Updating the software doesn't cost you anything. It's just keeping up with the times. There are multiple reasons we update the software. One is we add things to the software, so that updates it. Two, we have to keep up with the changes that Microsoft makes. That's the way it is. So Microsoft doesn't call us up and say, "Hey, we're making an update to C++ programming, so you got to update your software." No, unfortunately, we find these things out sometimes the hard way. Users, have things that happen that don't work all of a sudden, and we have to go in and update the software accordingly to keep up with the overlord Bill Gates. And so that's that. So for those of you that didn't know, you can have that checked for all releases. I recommend always being on our newest beta. Um, why? Because you want to have the newest and latest stuff that we're doing. Unless you're doing some like crazy fancy Brokerage Plus trading in the simulator itself, and even then, I don't think it should matter being on the beta. Quite personally, there are no bugs in Brokerage Plus live. There hasn't been for a long time, and by a long time, I mean like 3 years or longer. There hasn't been a live Brokerage Plus issue with IB. So, and anybody that tells you any different is a liar because I do all the troubleshooting on it, and I will die on that hill. Our simulator gets bugs sometimes in Brokerage Plus. That I can concede. In fact, there's one that I've noted and put in for the dev team to work on. So it happens. But that's the simulator. So that's kind of the short and skinny on building a layout and how I would suggest to most people starting with trade ideas. From there, it's the rabbit hole you want to go down on all this stuff. So That kind of is what it is. We're, let's see, quarter past the hour at noon. Barry usually takes a break around now. I am going to actually do the same thing. So I know there's some questions that are coming here, but I do have to mute myself for a couple of minutes, step away for a few here. So I'll be monitoring the chat. So keep it friendly, keep it clean. And I will be back shortly. Post some questions in here if you have them, and I will circle back to them. You've got several hours of me ahead of you. So with that said, I'll sign off. Leave my screen up. I'll put the regular scanners back up again here. All right. Everybody, I'm back. Give me a second here to catch up on some of these things. So let's see here. So providing 4 a.m. data, Terry, it's not about changing data providers. In order for us to do what we do, there's some other processes that go on. It's not just pulling in data. We don't pull in data that says, oh, this is 1 minute volume or this is relative volume. We pull in raw data and then push it back out to you after a bunch of math is done through our servers. So there's a lot more that goes in than just paying someone like Bloomberg for data. That's why we can't just change data providers. There's not a switch that says, "Oh, we'll take this data today and we'll buy that data tomorrow." No, we take raw data and we turn it into what you have for your filters and alerts and all those things like that. So that's why we can't do that, Terry. Brand new recommendations, get familiar with the platform. I think I kind of went over some of that stuff there, Mac Daddy. But the other recommendation that I make to you, Mac Daddy, is our education page again. Start going through everything on our education page, link by link, video by video, showing up here every day. Both both the YouTube side and the traders room side. So sorry, finding that link for you here. Mac Daddy, there's our education page again. There we go. We covered changing defaults. And then Terry, this is the traders room. Barry, who's more active day trader than I am, he's off for the day. So keep coming back, Terry, and you'll find Barry tomorrow and every day afterwards that the market's open until he decides to take a day off. This is his first day off in over 2 years. Number one, I don't run a traders room. I'm filling in for him today. I more do Q&A and a lot of troubleshooting behind the scenes. So trying to actively day trade while I'm managing this room is just not something in my wheelhouse, and I'm just not going to risk money doing it today. I don't trade to trade. I trade to manage risk. So that's it for the. So this is the traders room. You're in the right spot. There's just different tabs. There's the stocks only tabs. You can look at what other trade ideas users are discussing there. So you want to see signals traded with some of these scans. Like I said, Barry will be your man tomorrow. And John, why would people want 4 a.m. data? Some people want to trade that early. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't look at the pre-market. The only time I look at the pre-market is when I have to do something for someone else, troubleshooting their scans, or this morning when I had the pre-market stream up, starting the room early. Aside from that, I don't look at pre-market. It bears no effect into what I do whatsoever in trading. I haven't looked at it for almost probably 2 years. I haven't looked at the pre-market. That concerns my trading. And that's another thing for me. I don't trade on news. I could care less what the news is. If something is ripping with crazy volume today, odds are I don't want any part of it. I'll let the chart, price, and volume settle into the next days and see how it does or doesn't work into my trading. So that's all of that. Just make sure everything looks good in the stocks only channel. Looks like William, Zach, and Real have that all under control over there. I'm lucky to have you guys today. I do appreciate that very much. Yes, Terry, as I mentioned before, as you know, we're working on server tech so that we can not only bring the data in earlier, but push it out earlier to you all. As I mentioned, I was told soon. I don't know what soon means, there are things that are not always in our control as well. So soon, that's all I can say for 4 a.m. data. I see Shield Security. What's a good stop percent? How long have they been saying soon for? I don't know, Terry. I don't have an answer for you. Sorry. I was told soon 2 weeks ago. Shield security. What's a good stop percent? That's there's no answer to that. That's like asking what's a good ice cream flavor. I'll tell you vanilla, and you may hate vanilla. What's the best way to have your steak cooked? I'm going to tell you rarish. You may not like that. So it's a subjective question. A good stop percent is based on your written trading plan, whatever defines where you look for stop losses. For some people in intraday trading, it's the bottom of a previous 15-minute candle. For other people, it's some kind of support or pivot line. Some people like to use ATR as a stop, things like that. So there's no defined, this is a good stop loss. So let's see, SGMA, what is that? Sangamo? No, Sigmatron. So this is lighting up the scanner here on the basic new highs. Volume poured into it back here just after the noon, after the noon hour, yeah. So there's our noon. Here's where the volume really started coming in. Big pop. We'll see what happens from there. And finally got an alert on Barry's options scanner there. CODX. I noticed this was on what I call my evening scanner, but I decided not to take any harder look at it. We'll see. We're up. It's up 14% at this point. $11. Obviously going to be a tough one. Whole number play. How long have they been working on getting early morning data? I don't know. The dev team doesn't tell us very much, Terry. They don't like to tell us anything because they're afraid we'll leak it out, and then that tries to put a timetable on them. If I were to guess, they've been working on it for a year. So and it also goes to something like I saw your thing about IB and Holly. I'll get to that there in a second. We were looking to link Brokerage Plus with other brokers. We can't just go to a broker and say, "Hey, we're going to link to you now. Thanks so much." We have to open up negotiations with them. They have to open up their API data and several other things that go involved in it. So IB was quick to do it early on, and we were able to do that 1, 2, 3, no problem. What we didn't know moving forward was that when we opened up the trade with the talks with TD Ameritrade and E-Trade, that when we finally did get them to open their APIs to us, how bad the data was going to be coming out of there. TD Ameritrade is beyond a mess. There's not even a word for how bad that is. I was the beta tester for it when we tried to link. And, I'd enter a stock, let's say at $10, and it would tell me that I entered the position at $20, literally. That's their data. We need their data to know what your position is right now. We're as well working on tech that will allow us to circumvent their data. But and it was the same thing with E-Trade, only E-Trade was less bad than TD Ameritrade was. And when we went to them and said, "Hey, thanks for opening up that API for us, but your data is bad. It's delayed and wrong and incorrect and all these things," they said, "Oh, okay." And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. And do you guys have any intention of doing anything with it? They said, "Nope." And that was the end of it. So we had to fix E-Trade's data in order to get it to work the way it does. That had nothing to do with E-Trade. That was us. We hired somebody to go in there and literally fix E-Trade's bad API data so that it could work with our software. Well, Terry, I mean, if that's what you think, then so be it. I am confident we will have pre-market data sooner than later, or excuse me, earlier pre-market data sooner than later. But we'll see. Now someone asked, what kind of real-time data do I need from IB for Holly to work? Yeah, so there's two options here for you. Let me find what the two options are, and I'll bring up pictures of them. You can use this one. Look under your North American book, all right, for level 1. And these 3 options here, they're 3 separate ones you can take. It'll equal $4.50 a month. Those are the 3 that you'll need for Holly, if automation of Holly is what you're looking to do. Or you can use this one you'll find it under the bundles and snapshots there. And this one costs $10 a month. They'll waive the fee if you'd make $30 in commissions a month. So you can pick which one you want. You don't need them both. Those are your 2 options for IB data, though, for whoever was asking that. So you'll find that under somewhere in the web portal of IB. I think under user settings and market data subscriptions is what you're going to have to look for in there. And that unfortunately cannot bring up because that'll reveal my account information. So I'll leave that up there for a second. All right. Just make sure that everything looks good. I guess I'm not sure on the stocks only. See something about pony pump. I don't even know. Equals pony. He is pumping. All right. I don't know who pony is. Hopefully that's nobody in here that I have to kick, right? All right. So hopefully those helped you there on that data for Holly. Okay, some CNBC dude. Oh, Nigeria. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Sorry, I don't watch any of that stuff anymore. I'm familiar with all the personalities. So, all right, looking at some of these scanners here, the gap down, continuation reversal, that's slowed down a bit here. Basic new highs and lows, same thing. Haven't seen anything come through that in a while here. We take a look at the market itself. Still pushing higher. Bring over a SPY chart. So, we're pushing up into thin air here on the SPY. All right, sorry, just clicking through some things here, some chatter that's on the inside and stuff that I'm normally working on. I apologize. I'm not, like I said, the active trader. That Barry is number one, and number two, trying to make sure that the room is managed here doesn't bode well for me trying to trade. So yeah, in hindsight, there's some things I wish I might have jumped on. This EXTR just looks like it's gonna keep pushing higher here. Right in my wheelhouse for setups. That through there, but it's left the station without me today. Same thing with MGY. I discussed this earlier with Nat Gas. Just kind of pushed through the whole day here. That another one. I keep these on the radar for the coming days, see if I can get some consolidation and a second entry on any of those. LTHM, this is one that I'd mentioned earlier. I've traded this a ton since going back through last year. It's a lithium play, kind of how I've really played the EVs. And one of those tough ones that can get real whippy on you here. Look at that. Goldman had downgraded it back here, so that was the reason for this big fall off. And we can see this area here is a big price magnet big magnet for price action through here. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get back above this line and start to build a new base camp. Head back up towards these were all-time highs back here. Yeah, Barry is a master. I don't know how he does what he does. I guess doing it for so long, that's how he does it. I try to subscribe to data, and it's adding U.S. security snapshot and futures value bundle also. No, I mean you only need to you should only need one. There's the bundle section on that page, and then let me see if there's a way for me to do this to show you without giving up, not putting my account number up there. That's my concern. Okay, so in the quote bundles, this is what you pick this right here. That's all. Oh no, sorry. I have both the options. I apologize. That's not what I wanted to show you. There we go. You only need this one here, security snapshot. Don't take them both. I have them both, but for different reasons. You will not need them both, no matter what. You can't take this one without taking this one. However, you can subscribe to these individually down below. If you go to level 1 NBBO, they should be in there somewhere. All right, but you don't need both of these. Just this here, U.S. Security Snapshot and Futures Value Bundle. That's all you need. It's $10 a month, and if you have 30 bucks in commissions, it'll be waived. That's it. So just this one that's right here. That's all you need. Yeah, you're welcome. So again, sorry, just trying to keep caught up on these different chats that are going on. And some tickets here with some people struggling with a few things from emails. So I mentioned before I'd go over kind of what I do. Um, to look for my setups. I have a basic go-to scan. I call it. I just call it my evening scan number one because I'd gone through a bunch of different ones and labeled them different numbers. But this is the scan here. I'll bring it over. There's really nothing populating on it right now. But I like to do this after the market closes, and I go through these charts and I try to find stuff that interests me. I like horseshoe up and cup and handle patterns on daily charts is what I look for. Um, so I mean, Hymex, I can bring it up again. I think we kind of beat this horse though, but this is what I was looking for. This had come through back here somewhere. All right, so but that's what I'm looking for on it. This won't give me all things like this. This will give me things that are also extended and don't look great either, but I want to see everything. But again, same kind of idea here. There's no magic filters or anything in this. I'm just using a position 20-day filter and a position in today's range filter with a few volume metrics. Just to look at it, right click configure window specific filters. I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $30. 750,000 shares have to have been traded on the day. Relative volumes 1. Position in today's range is 75, so that means 75% above the low of today's range. And it's also 75% above the low of the 20-day range. I actually recently changed this to be 40, up to my comfort zone and where I'm willing to trade on stocks. And that's the short and skinny of it. Not a whole lot's coming through it today, unfortunately. We've got thinly traded markets to start with. And something like extra EXTR that's gonna look real extended now, but this thing has been coming through since way back. Yeah, I'll share it in just a second here. This thing's been coming through since back here actually. So fortunately I never took it, but it is what it is. It's got this nice look in here now. So, I use the scans to find charts that I like, and then I use the heart, my like symbol, to keep a very short list of things that I'm willing to look at during the day. And I'm one of those people. The less data going on during active times is better for me. I started off like anybody else with trade ideas that had 40 scans going. I had no idea what direction to look in at all. File from cloud. My So stick that in the off topic for anybody curious. Like I said, there's nothing special about it. I just happen to find decent setups from there fairly consistently. Some days, some weeks I don't take a trade at all. Some weeks I take 15 trades. That's not true. I probably never take 15 in a week, but maybe 10. So, but like, right now, this will just continually update throughout the day as the markets move and these stocks move up and down. More stocks meet the volume criteria, probably pop on here too. So, what this looks like now will not be what it looks like at, when I go to scan tonight at 7 or 8 o'clock my time in the evening. This will probably not look exactly the same. This was one that I was looking at this morning. Didn't put it on the list just because it was so extended here for me, anyways. But just continues to defy gravity and move up. Alpha Pro Tech, another virus play again. No, James, there in YouTube, I agree with you. The same thing. There's no hard and fast rule for stops other than obey them. That's the only hard and fast rule. The two hard and fast rules for stops is don't enter a trade without one and obey it when you do. And that's it. Everything else is subjective to what your trading account size is and so on and so forth. FTFT, Future FinTech Group. China stock. Hard to find a set of markets that are more beat up than the Chinese ETFs right now. Let's see where they're sitting at the moment. So KWeb down again today. Just a ugly looking chart on the KWeb. There's a number of traders that told me here, get ready because China's about to break out. And I said, I don't know about that. Keep my eye, I changed my mind very quickly. And, it'd been range bound here for a while. I just couldn't do it. And it continues to make lower highs. So yeah, that's, just cover a few sectors here while there's not a whole lot else going on. So, this KWeb, people get caught up and I'm a bull, I'm a bear or whatever. I'm price and volume. That's what I am. What's the price and volume telling me today? Is it telling me something different than yesterday or last week? As traders, we're wrong a lot. Good traders are still probably wrong more than they're right. The key is to be wrong for a very short period of time and be right for a very long period of time. So, this here just lower highs nonstop. We top out up here on the K web and then boom, and then lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, nonstop. Definition of a falling knife right there. And it's no different with the FXI that you're China large cap. Same thing, same ugly chart, essentially. So, anybody that's in here, I know people are asking, how do I use the software and, what's good to do? And I would say some good tips that I could give right away is just take 3 or 4 scans that you think might interest you. Run those with a few charts and a few time frames that you think are interesting for 2 days, 5 days, a week. Those scans don't interest you or only one interests you, drop the other two. Bring in a couple of more scans. Look at how those interest you. Um, it's not that less data is better. It's about more quality data is better. You have 500 scans. You could have the greatest scanner on the planet. If you don't know how to manage the risk in that or manage any of the trading, it'll be irrelevant. It won't matter what that scanner tells you. And it's also why I trade the way that I trade, with a short set of things that interest my particular eye. It helps keep me out of trouble. What Barry does is magic. What William here in the room does, what Zach does, what Real does, what those guys do, they're longtime traders that have specific plans. They're not just looking at everything on the planet at the same time. They go into every day with a trading plan, a battle plan. It doesn't happen overnight. It took me a little over 2 years. um, just purchased and I have a few questions. Yeah, fire away your questions, Terry. Happy to, anything that I can do to point you in a good direction. I'm doing today a little more like excuse me, like a Q&A today, because I'm really backing off trading today. With the click ordering. So yeah, we go over some of that real quick here. It's kind of a twofold thing to make sure you set it up first within Brokerage Plus. So let me bring over the Brokerage Plus window again here, and I'm going to connect to the simulated trading. All right, for the exercise here. And so a couple of things. First, this is the broker connect here. Then this is the account connect here. So we got to select the account. All right. Then we take the strategies tab. All right. And we need to attach a strategy. So whether you want to use one of these predefined ones or pre-made strategies that we have here, you could do that, or you can create your own with your own risk parameters and how you want that to go out, for whether you want bracket orders and things like that. This discretionary long and short here, you can forget about those. You can't do anything with them. They're placeholders. Essentially, what those discretionary long and short are is this red buy for sell or long, short, and this red buy for, or excuse me, green buy for long. So that's what those are. I have never once in all my time of using Brokerage Plus and live trading seen those fire on their own. I will defend to my death Brokerage Plus link to IB anyways. I haven't used the E-Trade link, and the only spot that the E-Trade link is kind of wonky still is in the first, I guess, 3 or 4 minutes that the market goes live, because their data, like I said, that's their data, not our data. But aside from IB, there are no bugs with IB and Brokerage Plus, and have not been for many, 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 many years. Anyways, with all that said, depending on where you want to do that click trading from is how this works. So you can right click and enable any of these strategies. So we right click, we can see here, strategies disabled, click to enable. right? And we can enable any one of those. And then if we wanted to trade off one of the scans, to right click on the scan, trade, and you'll have your list of things you can trade from here. All right, whether buying or selling. So that's the, one click out of there. If you want to do it on the chart, we can right click and trade from the chart right here. All right, trade this candle, trade this bar, just trade the FX now. All right, or FXI, or whatever stock that you're interested in. I just happen to have that chart up, and we can select from here to use, or we can take one of these scans and we can right click it, and we can go default chart long. So see, I have a check mark there. So it's our default chart strategy. All right. And then I can click this buy and I can place it where I'm going to try to get my fill. All right. And so we've got an opening order here. Try to get a fill. And we can delete those orders by clicking on it and then clicking delete on the chart. Oh, looks like it might have filled me. Yep. So I got a fill there. All right. Deleted the stop order that was linked with it because I was going to delete the whole set, but that happens. And so that's more or less how that goes as the one-click trading. Now we can set the instructions here. We could go, we can right click and we can go new trading strategy. And well, what I would do first, Scott, is set the do you want it long or short? And I see your question above there, Terry. I'm on YouTube. Give me 1 second to circle to you. If you're long or short, and then here we set the account. Because like I said, this part over here only connects us to a broker. We have to select an account from within the broker afterwards. All right. And then, once we selected that, then we configure the rest, the entry time, the order detail, how we're position sizing. Are we doing a fixed set of dollars, fixed set of shares based on the stop loss, market order, limit order, our time in force, some of the basic things that come with this. If we're doing a limit order, we're going to have to set a limit offset, delta, whatever you want to call it, how much you're willing to give up to get in on the spread of your stocks. Your risk management, you can set in here. You don't have to have a stop loss. You don't have to have a target. Anything in here has to obey market mechanics. What do I mean by market mechanics? What I mean is you can't use RSI to get out of a stock because your broker cannot calculate RSI. You can't use a moving average. It's going with an attached bracket order, so it has to be a set a set percent or set dollar amount that the broker's holding those orders. And if you so wish, you can attach a hold time to that strategy. Once you've set the whole strategy, you're going to click OK, and that's where you'll right click and enable it. Click to enable, and then same thing here. Do you want this to be what you're trading off of the charts with, essentially? All right. Is there anyone getting the data on TI scanners alerts before I get it? Well, if you're running the exact scanner as anybody else, you'll be getting it at the exact same time they are, assuming that um, your internet connection, everything like that is up to par. But no, I mean, if you're running, for example, if you were running Barry's moving higher on usually strong options, you're going to get that at any alert in there at the exact same time that I'm getting it. There's no delay on any of that based on any one person. You're welcome, Scott. Let me know if you have other questions. I mean, I could try to dive a little deeper. Most of it is those basics that I showed you, and from there, just deciding how you want to, set the actual strategy up within there. So, but no, nobody's getting data before you, Terry. Not when running the same scanners. As long as it has the exact same data set, or excuse me, exact same filter set, you'll be good to go. And get rid of Brokerage Plus there. Sorry, just looking at all these support emails coming in. It's usually my home and my bread and butter is answering emails all day long. It's awkward to see everybody else answering emails that I normally answer. So let's see, what are we talking about in the stocks only here still? Right, yeah, APT, that's masks and stuff like that. That makes sense for that move. I see PJ's looking at EXTR2. Yeah, let's see, Codex broke below VWAP. Let's take a look at some of these things here. Let's take a look at the losers from my liked list. So this will probably come off the list. I can probably just take it off now. And why, you might ask, would I do that? Because, well, we can see kind of like a flag forming here actually on the daily chart. But that volume, that's just, I don't mind thinly traded stocks usually, but 145,000 shares at 1:30 in the afternoon, it's not going to do it for me. I mean, look at this 5-minute chart, how it's skipping all over the place. Sorry, something in my eye was distracting me for a moment. So I'm going to wait the end of the day to see how it kind of finishes on volume, I suppose. It's tough too because this week in between the end of the year and the start of the year, obviously things are going to be a little more thinly traded too. And you had this massive amount of volume that came back on these days, and just to fall off that cliff like that, you know. Anyways, um, just looking at some different things here, just to talk about some stocks here and some charts. FGen, this is one I've been watching again for a long time. I've had positions on at times when I thought it was probably the best to get into it, quote unquote best, based on how I'm willing to share size and risk. So I couldn't get it, but I keep it on this anyways. You never know what's going to happen. You got this beautiful gap that's right here, and in the words of Barry, I'm not saying it's going to fill it, but I certainly want to watch to see if it's going to get into it and what it's going to do in there. Zoom in a little bit here on this chart. You see, it's made a move here over the last week. It made a move, right? Pulled back to this line, and now it's held that line, so it's really healthy. And this is something. This might be something I put a position on later today. I don't know. I got a price alert up there, so we'll see what happens. Would like a little more volume, but Yeah, Terry. So, a couple of things with that. They're not supposed to put their stuff live. The NYSE really, really cracked down on that stuff. And they were not too kind to us about people rebroadcasting our data live. They're supposed to put a quote unquote significant delay on that, whatever that means. Various reasons that the NYSE has done it without getting into any of it. It is what it is. That's their rule, and I'm certainly not going to fight Stacey Cunningham on it. And for those that don't know, Stacey Cunningham's the president of the NYSE, so that's her stuff. That's her deal. If we catch people doing that, we we're not always able to link to what account it's from. Sometimes we can, sometimes we have to do a lot of research to do it, but we shut them down. We'll shut their data off. We'll send them a warning first, and we shut their data off because we're the ones that are going to get fined by the NYSE for it. So it's really unpleasant. No, there. What's it? Me, Anthony. The XRT was not looking good last time we looked at it a couple days ago. But Santa Claus rallies on all the same. And Jack, there shouldn't be any delay that I know of here. Yeah, YouTube has like a few second delay by default, but these people are supposed to be, they're supposed to be like 10, 15, 20 minutes behind on their stream there, Terry. That's law. That's the law of the NYSE. Um, so yeah, that's FGen. So it's down today, but we'll see what it can do later in the day. Let's see, RVNC. So again, it's another really thinly traded one, but it's hard when you see these gaps like this. And I like to take longer term positions. I like to do, depending on what's going on. Sometimes if I take a wide stop with a smaller position when I know that I have room to run. We're talking running up into the possible 20s here with that. I take a wider stop, let that work for a longer time. So why everything becomes relative to the trading plan that I've kind of designed for myself. But it's a tasty gap that's sitting there, and this is built well off that base now, moving kind of nicely into that gap. Again, today's a down day, but contrary to popular belief, stocks don't only go up. Continue up the line here. This is one that got away from me, unfortunately. But, off that line, we had a nice move. But, again, still going to keep looking at this because now what if we consolidate here? It's a nice area to set up some risk for the downside while looking at the reward to the upside. All right. Sorry, just an internal conversation here with something going on. I apologize for being distracted for a moment there. Um, These are things that I look at. This is the homework that I do every single night, or if I don't do it at night, I do it early the next morning. I start my day pretty early here. Let's see what else. Anything else interesting? So we talked about GRTS earlier, right? And whether or not we think if it's something worth looking at. And today it's not showing great strength today. But what if it holds up above this level that it's had a little bit of trouble wicking out on? What if we decide now that that's our risk level? What if this makes a turn up towards 14 and we decide, you know what, 1350, we make a tight stop here for a couple day position. So, this is just the kind of thought process that I have, you know, when I'm looking at charts. What your thought process is, who knows? No, yeah, you're correct, Terry, about that. That's something they can certainly do. Part of the reasons for why some of the rules are what they are, but the rest of the rules are the NYSE just wants money, and as much of it as they can get, like anybody else. And that's why I still never really understand why people go to other trading rooms that use trade ideas instead of here with Barry. I know today, for those that like active trading and things like that, I apologize again. It's just not who I am, and I'm not going to change what I do based on anything. Um, based on anything other than what my plan says to change it on. So I do apologize for that. Um, but Barry and the other fellows that have been here a long time, and what they provide here, it's just a reservoir of knowledge that's unbeatable in my opinion. So what do I think of SOPA? I think it's a Spanish word for soup. We'll start there. I don't know. It's probably one of those stocks that I'm not interested in because it's been a little bit crazy. Nah, not as crazy as I would have thought. Yes, never mind. You see this little data first, but then I see $80 here and $0 there. What do I think of SOPA? I think the volume is dried up and the craziness is dried up for the moment. Um, so whatever happened here when it IPO'd or whatever it did, it was a new name change or something. It lost its lackluster and it's been a steady fall since. You had this defined risk level. And while I know that that line isn't perfect, there's no such thing as perfect pivot lines. They're always an approximation. I would call this a whoopsie above it to head right back down to the trend that it's already been in. And that's what I think of SOPA. And for all I know, tomorrow we wake up and it's at $40 tomorrow. But I will not be risking my money accordingly to that. We can see a steady decline of volume here on all these days. So, if someone put a gun to my head and said, all right, well, you have to manage a trade in this and here, how are you going to manage it? I guess I would like to see it kind of catch up on the daily 8 EMA here and continue to hold that going sideways, and then hope that that short term moving average can start to push the price action higher again. Whether or not that's likely, I don't know. I'm guessing there had to be some news event or something like that that drove this. And again, I don't look at news. I look at price and volume. The price is declining, and so is the volume. That's all I need to know. And it's not declining in a way that I think I'm all about healthy pullbacks into moving averages to find a position or find where I want to be in a position or where I'd like to enter a position. That's not what I'm currently seeing here. And I'm happy to be wrong. It won't be the first or last time I'm wrong on it. But I'm just not willing to put my money to work on that. It's in my price range, $13, certainly well within my price range. I mean, obviously it can move, but now I ask myself, how many people bought it here and are going to start distributing the price or start distributing every time the price comes up now? That's what I ask myself. These are the questions I ask. So that's that. Anyone short CODX? Uh, Not me, but CODX. Take a look at the chart. Coming intraday here. Well, I can't say where to enter or exit it, but you can come right to this 15-minute candle where topped out, breaking out on that 15-minute candle. I think that's going to be kind of a make or break level. I would coincide that with this on that 5-minute level right there. Above here, we got healthy price action to the long side. Below here, not so much. I mean, it's easy to say, but where or why someone wants to put their money to work to one way or the other is going to have to base on what they believe, what they see on the chart, and what they're willing to risk. But this is definitely, I mean, I don't think it's a happy accident that shot through there and is pulling back. And that's all I could say on Codex. There you see. How do you set your stops? Reels right on it. So closed it at 10:30. All right. And again, something that that was thrown to me a long time ago is specifically real. Discussing about how some not suggesting a stop, but just talking about what are popular stops. He had one time talked about the bottom of the previous 15-minute candle as a popular stop among traders. So, on the short side, you'd consider that, the top of the previous 15-minute candle. Hi, Sam. Chris is filling in for Barry, but all the same. Hello, Barry. Is there a way to see volume spike after a certain time, like most upward after 11 a.m.? No, not on a specific time like that. I mean, the only way you could do that is to run multiple scans based on whatever you deem as a volume spike, and then set those scans only to start at a certain time. So what we have here, Sam, if we right click and we come to configure, and we go to search, we can go to time of day. And so we have this time of day filter, and we can tell a stock. We add it, let's say we add it here. And we can tell, excuse me, not a stock. We tell a scan not to start or not to go after a certain time with this here by minutes. So a trading day is 390 minutes long. And so, we can divide that by the hours, how we want to set it up, and tell scans don't start till X amount of minutes after the open. And then you'd be scanning based on that time with the volume metrics you set forward. And that would be my one suggestion to you, like that there, Sam. Your other option would be, we have what we call change filters. So we can go with these change in dollar or percents, whatever you prefer to work off of on these different time frames here. And you could set up a scan, with your volume metrics, and then you want to see a certain amount of change in that given period of time too. So that might be another way to look at it as well. So those would be my two recommendations to you. And it kind of goes back to that theme that I hit earlier, that, you can have multiple layouts. You can have multiple layouts for intraday, not just, layout for pre-market, during, and after market. You might have a set of scans that work great from market open till 11 o'clock, and then another set of scans, and I'm giving East Coast times, and then another set of scans that work great from 11 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and so on and so forth. And someone might say, "Oh, well, that's a lot of work." Yeah, well, then maybe trading isn't for you. That would be my retort to that. It's not easy what we do here. But hopefully that makes sense, Sam. Let me know if that helps you or not. So for example, in this scan here, I have it set that it won't make any alerts till 9:45 by putting this 15-minute minimum here. So, it says show me stocks where the alert occurred at least 15 minutes after the open. If I wanted to go to 10 o'clock, I'd put 30 minutes in there. If I wanted to go to 10, 15, 45 minutes, so on and so forth. That's how that would be done. Yep, that's exactly it, Sam. Perfect. Glad that helped. So, the other thing that I promote, especially in the live Q&As that I do in the late afternoon, is there's a lot of outside the box ways to do things with trade ideas. It takes some trial and error and some work and maybe even some sleepless nights like I've had. And what do I mean by outside the box? So we don't have great pattern recognition. What we have, there's a few different alerts for some triangle bottoms and stuff like that. So oftentimes, oh, do you have a bull flag scanner? Well, yes, but it's not done with pattern recognition. So I'm just going to bring this up real quick here. Bull flag. Andy created with a top list a bull flag scanner. I don't know if anything's, yeah, a bunch of stuff's coming through it today. All right. And is it going to be perfect? No, but it's going to certainly return you, once again, we're trade ideas, not trade guarantees. And so it's going to return you some decent ideas here with this. And how did Andy create this? Well, if we come into the configure, we can see what he did. We come to the window specific filter and, he put a price range on here. He wants to see stocks that were up from the previous day's close. They got to be 75% above the low of the previous day's range. Put an EPS filter in here to keep out our ETF friends. Had to have a 5-day range of 1 to 5%. So we know stocks that they've got some movement going on in them. We don't want it up too much though over the last 5 days. All right. Put his composite rating in there to get some more quality names. And then we want to see it's up at least 3% in the last 10 days. And then, average volume of 10 days is 300,000 shares. And that gave us what he did gave us stocks that are going to look like this on a daily chart. Let's start loading some. All right. And so, it's looking back. And so what it sees here is it saw this run up and then it sees this move back down here. Is that a perfect bull flag? No, but it's giving us some ideas. All right. Bring up a few more of these, see if we can't find anything that's going to meet that bull flag definition. So again, not perfect, but we're in the ballpark of what we're looking at. And we have a lot of filters, intraday time frame tombs. So someone could take this idea, this template, and start to move the filter time frames into intraday. All right, so here's our run up again. There's the run up for the flag, all right, or for the pole, and there's our flag. Again, is it perfect to the T that it's 3 perfect candles moving down away from the top of the pole? No, it's not. But good luck finding a scanner that does that. Will time of day work in the pre-market? Yes. I think you have to use negative numbers in the pre-market for that to work there, Sam. I'll try and experiment with it in a minute here. So just kind of going through some of these charts just to see what we're returning here for these bull flags. So, there's your pull. There's the price action moving against the pull. That's a bull flag. Pretty close anyways. So sometimes there isn't just, there's no easy button for any of these things. There's work that has to be done. That's a bull flag right there. Beautiful. Mondelez. Pretty close. All right, so that's that. Yeah, I can share the link to that, of course. I'll share both on both sides here. File, load from cloud. But think of that whenever you're trying to create a scan. It doesn't just have to be a bull flag scan. Any scan. How can I use the filters? How can I leverage the data that's here into what I want? So sorry, just loading that up the cloud link, get that in there for both sides. There it is in the traders room. Here it is on the YouTube side. So there you go. Y'all have that now. Sorry, just poking around, making sure. Talking about ON, that was a stock that was very kind to me. I haven't looked at, well, it was actually on the strength alerts, the scan a few weeks ago, maybe. ON. I don't know what it's done since then. Great run. Strong, strong chart. Walt, there's not any necessarily education guidance for portfolio. We really, our education has to stick to the software. We're not licensed for giving education like that. What I would suggest to you, a couple of things, Walt. Come hang out. Today's very different than normal, but come hang out in the noon sessions on the YouTube side of things. I'll drop a link for that here for you. Because the other traders that do the noon sessions usually on YouTube, they're more swing trader oriented. So just kind of, talking and pinging some ideas off like-minded people like that might help you. So that's there. Put that in the swing trading channel, that link for the YouTube channel. Like I said, today Barry's off and I had difficulty with the YouTube stream, the normal software that we run to do it. So I just kept the stream there today so as not to drop the people that are over there and mess around with them. And then the other thing, Walt, I would suggest to you is come to at 3:30 Eastern. I also do a live session myself every day on the YouTube channel, and I'm more swing trader oriented. So I'm not going to give you, ideas on how to manage a portfolio, but I talk more in swing terms, if you will. Then the other thing that I mentioned, Walt, is I mentioned before, and anybody that's listening to me, I apologize. It's a dead horse to beat, but it comes to data interpretation. What do you see on the charts? That's all I look at really is charts. I don't look at anything else. But what I see, you may not see. How you're going to share size, how you're going to risk, and things like that. The scan here, that's called my evening scan with the pound sign there. I shared that with someone once, and they don't understand how I find swing ideas out of it. They think it's better for day trading. Same scan, two different sets of eyes, Walt. So that would be my recommendation to you there. But we don't have an education set up for trading itself necessarily, as we are not licensed to do so. Sorry, just making sure, going through the stocks only here. What's going on there? Alrighty. Now we can see on that gap continuation reverse, Nicola had that gap up and is kind of still continuing down. I guess one vehicle order isn't enough to sustain a company. Basic new highs on ALLK, still at it. Moving down, disaster du jour, as Barry would say. So it just broke below $10 now. That's a significant level to be looking at here on ALLK. Very psychological number, $10. And let's just bring over, well, let's take a look. We don't need to bring over chart. Let's look at the SPY again. We'll get a single stock window on it too. So let's see, 0.62 on the relative volume, 26.7 mil shares traded on that SPY. But the train has really left the station. What a beautiful looking 15-minute move on that. Let's go around the horn here. 1, 2, 3 on the Qs. Not quite as nice on the 15-minute chart, but all the same. And also not at all-time highs. Diamonds, what do you look like? Same thing. So it's just the SPY putting in all-time highs right now. RSP. It's your equally weighted SPY. So we're still off the all-time highs here, but we're going to look like, if barring a sell-off here, looks like it'll close at all-time highs. Close at an all-time closing high, not close on all-time highs. Confusing the two here. And Santa Claus melt up is right intact. Nothing's advisable on a buy, but I mean, we could look at a chart and just discuss the chart on PYR there, Sam. It's, made that huge run up. We're in a range now. Sorry, those are not the best looking lines, but there we go. It's a little better. We're in that range now. We're headed back down to the low of that range. That's what I'm looking at now. It's been fighting with these moving averages, have been fighting each other, so no clear edge on any of that. On a 15-minute chart, you're looking at lower highs. So it's going to need something to turn that around. Turn that frown upside down. It's not something that I would trade, period. Yeah, you got it, Sam. Me, Anthony, I like every stock on this planet. When price and volume are correct, it has nothing to do if they're retail or pharmaceuticals or tech, computer, custom design, chip makers, cloud. I don't care what it is. The price and volume are right. I'll trade anything. Case in point, SKT, Tanger Outlets. This one is a retail stock that's been good to me over the last year plus or so. Been on the right side of it a few times, been on the wrong side of it a few times, but a little more right than wrong. Stock that can really boogie. It's real beaten up at the moment here. I mean, in this downward channel now. But I'm just bringing up the chart. Looking at that downward channel, if it could break to the upside of that downward channel, I might actually be interested in it again. We've come down, we had this huge move up, and we've kind of filled from that huge move up. So these are things that I'm looking at. Does it make sense? To me, it does. To anybody else, once again, someone might look at it and be like, what the heck is this quack talking about? And they might not be wrong. That's why I trade my account and not their account. So, no, I like retail. just the, XRT, your retail ETF isn't looking so healthy for a while here. It's a long time to be in this range and not go anywhere. We popped out for just a moment. Not only we popped back down in, but I mean, we hit the bottom of that range, got a small pop up and took it right out, no problem. And we did that with volume too. So I don't know, is it setting up a buy or reversal in retail? Maybe. Am I going to rush right out and buy a bunch of retail stocks? Nope. And just because this overall ETF looks like that doesn't mean, you're talking about, let's see, you're talking about BBBY, right? So, we could ask ourselves, all right, we had that big move up. We've come down. We closed that gap down here. We're putting in a base. Are we buying a base or are we catching a knife? It's had a couple of all right days here coming off that bottom. Certainly got room back to the upside again. So, I mean, it's not a terrible looking chart. I mean, not a bad looking chart one way or the other. Like you can make an argument for either case if you want. Levi's, right? Levi, that's Levi's. They're a big tech company, no? That makes jeans. Yeah, it looks very similar to what we saw in that retail ETF. Not exact to a T, but got this range. We moved out of it. We moved in it. We moved out of it. We moved in it. We moved out of it, and we broke it to the downside. And now we pop back in it again. No, I was teasing that it's a retail, that it's a tech company. Sorry, it's a poor inside joke reference. I still own a pair of silver tab Levi jeans from about 25 years ago that fit me. Lucky me. The other thing, so circling back to Walt here, that had a question in the swing channel, swing trading tab. You can set up scans to be, time frames and things like that you're interested in. So if we come to new and, we can use topless for an example here. You know, if I'm looking at longer term stuff, I don't want to look at a 1 minute volume, obviously, right? But I could look at average daily volume over, let's say, 3 months. We could type a 3 in here just for fun, see what it returns us here. 30-minute range, average daily volume over 3 months, position range 3 months. So there's things like that we can look at, and it becomes relative to what we're trying to scan for. We could take the same thing. We can go position. We go position here, and we can look at these different, position ranges of 6 months, 9 months, year, 2 year, lifetime range. If we're looking back on the shorter term side, position in Bollinger Bands over these time periods here, including daily. So, we can tailor the scans to look at time frames. Now we might not have the exact time frame that you're looking for. You'll have to, kind of conform a little bit into what we offer. But we certainly have some longer term looks here that we can look at here. Again, range. We can look at these longer term ranges here up to 20 days. So hopefully that helps a little bit too, Walt. And then, some of it will come down to what you want to do with it, and some trial and error and getting in there. And you can't hurt the software. Open a new top list, start plugging stuff in, see what it returns to you. You don't like it, start changing the filters, add a filter, take a filter away, change the value of a filter. Both real, both. I have them and they still fit. I haven't grown much since I was in my teens. I shot up and then that was the end. So again, circling back, Walt, what I was talking about, trying to find those. So this scan that I look at here, I'm looking at 20 days. I want to see stuff that's picked itself up off of 20 days. I want to find stuff in no man's land. I want to see it's breaking out of that 20-day range. So I apologize. You're going to hear a vacuum coming by if you don't hear it already. Um, we're entering the era of Jetsons, so Rosie is on her schedule here to do the vacuuming out in the hallways. Mostly I tease. But that's the idea that I'm looking for here. Now you might, Walt, you want to look at stuff that's on the lower end of a 20-day or 3 month. You want to find stuff that's down and been basing, and maybe you're finding stuff down there trying to get off the mat and move up in that sense. Not me. That's not the kind of trader I am in general. I don't mind pullbacks, just not stuff that's at the bottom of a longer term range for me personally. That's all. Terry, question: is single stock window in the single stock window and display data for short float and earnings date? That comes from our data provider, and so that is something we were at the mercy of them. So this stuff comes from them. There's a lot of reasons behind all this. Brokers are supposed to report um, after X amount of time. I don't know why everything just went blank on me. Well, that's fun. Um, Sometimes the brokers report, sometimes they don't. They're based on estimates also. So, you'll get conflicting data from different sources. There it goes, populated back in. Not sure why that happened to me. Um, and so that's kind of how that stuff works like that. They're based on approximations, where something like volume is hard data. Everybody's going to be reporting the exact same amount of shares at the same given moment versus you can go to, 5 different sources and find 5 different floats and 5 different short floats essentially. If our data provider isn't putting it out there, that's why we won't have it. We we have to go to them and kick them quite a bit here, but it's finding good data is not as easy as people think it is. I can't tell you in just little over a year of working for Trade Ideas how many emails I've seen come in at people angry at us and telling us that they are going to create their own software and put us out of business within the year. And then they come back to us and ask us, where's a good data provider to get data from? The same people that tell us they're going to put us out of business. So it is what it is, and I understand people's frustrations. There's things about the software that we don't do well that I wish we did, or I think we should. Um, but in the words of Brian McNamara while he was on trial for steroids distribution, it is what it is. And I hope anybody that makes requests and things like that, they do not fall on deaf ears. Every feature request we ever receive gets marked, ticketed, put into some hopper that the dev team uses, and that's kind of how they base things off of A, how many requests, B, how likely it is to be able to implement it in the software. A lot of things that the devs do. Our data providers, so FactSet is our FactSet is our fundamental data, and next core through quad, however you want to call it. That's our price and volume for consolidated market data feeds. So anything fundamental wise is FactSet essentially. They're two of the biggest data providers in the entire world. But that doesn't make them infallible, unfortunately. So let's see Selgen here. That's not Celgen. Looks like it. But it is another biotech. Nice gap and go still alerting. The top of that range. What a bottoming tail on that, huh? For the daily chart. Coming up into that resistance, but if it can get through that, not too bad looking, all that here. Wish there's more volume though. It's doing 17 times its normal volume, but only 500,000 shares traded today, unfortunately. So it's not gonna cut the mustard for me today. So Barry's options scanner kind of quiet today. Unfortunately, caught the tippy top of Codex. XXII. Aren't they like a cigarette group or something, right? Yeah, cigarette manufacturer. It's kind of interesting, but it's one of the stocks that has no range. I mean, $6 here and $2 here over all that time just doesn't get me really interested. Yes, it made a really nice move from here to here the other day. That seems to be the exception, not the rule for range. So, these are things that I look at when I'm considering, putting it on my liked and how I'm going to move forward with something. And generally, I don't like stocks under $8 anymore, generally speaking. But FTFT, certainly a sizable move considering it's a sub $2 stock. I like over $8. I used to like over 4. Now I like over 8. Just stocks at different prices trade differently. Sub dollar stock trades differently than $1 to $2. Below $5 trades differently than above $5. Below $10 trades differently than above. It's all mental game. Those whole number mental games. No, Terry, we can't subscribe to data directly through the exchanges. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. It would make life a lot easier. Let's see. Me, Anthony mentioned Sava. That thing has been all over the place. Not save. Remember the stock one was like a $8 stock a couple of years ago, however long ago it was. Very interesting though. You wonder, look at that long-term base that's in here. You got that little whoopsie below it right there. So really solid long-term base now established here with some more recent resistance around this level. That is an interesting looking setup. Again, I'm not running out to buy it, but I don't know. What did I say differently about Terry? Sorry. Differently, it was in reference to what? I don't remember. My apologies. I know it was only 10 seconds ago. I said it would definitely make our lives more easy if we could get the data directly through the exchanges. I don't know that the exchanges have that data readily available in that sense, though, to put out as a feed either. Yeah, the more I look at this Sava, I've started to up my, like I said, I used to like stocks 30 to under $30, $8 to $30. I've started looking at stuff around 40. This is 46, but that's very interesting looking to me right here. And again, why do I think it's interesting? Well, my trading plan likes a nice established base to start with. All right. I don't want to go chasing anything off that base. But we've now seen that over the last one, two, three, and now four trading days, this 8 EMA on the daily chart has really caught hold of that, and it's getting pinched in between the 8 and the 20 here. And so we've got this kind of look happening right here that I like. And we can have a nice established base somewhere around, let's say, 39 bucks or so, with looking up here at, $55, give or take, for resistance. And we can even call it $54 for argument's sake. 55.06 was the high on that candle there. So while it's a very wide range, it certainly has a good R to it, RR, or risk and reward, set up to it. So, but then you have to ask yourself, can I share size properly with risking, let's say, $5 or $6 to the downside to that $10 to the upside? While it has a great risk reward to it, everything's relative to our trading plan and our account size and all those things like that. So, anyways, interesting look here on Sava, that's for sure. Again, not buying it, but, and what I mean by not buying it, I'm not taking a position on it. But something worth noting, something worth looking at for maybe someone who's thinking on a longer term basis. And so there's an insight into some longer term thinking. Oh, what do I mean by trade differently? They just do. It's a psychological thing, Terry. Stocks at certain price levels, there's just people are, at the end of the day, it's people behind the screens pushing buy and sell buttons, and everybody's looking at the same levels and thinking the same things because we are, contrary to popular belief, more similar than we are different in our thinking. And so a lot of people say, oh, $10, $10 is just a psychological thing. Think about when you're using your remote for your TV. Most people like to stop on even numbers or numbers on 5 on the remote, and anybody that says that they don't is more likely than not a liar. It's just a mental thing with numbers that we have as human beings. It has to do, human behavior. You want human behavior? There's no greater exhibit than a stock chart for human behavior. I want to see TFs only in a scan. How can I do that? So a couple things you can do here, Sam. One, you could create a symbols list of ETFs you want to see. So like I have one that I've compiled, tools, symbols lists, sector analysis, and I've got all these ETFs here that I've compiled. You can send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and I can copy paste that list to you there. I can't do it here, but if someone wants that list, I can do that here. Info@trade-ideas.com. And I can send you that list, and along with a little short video that I did on how to make a scan only look at a certain list. So you can do that, number one. Or you can right click and you can come to configure, and you'll come to symbols lists, and this will actually be part of it. And then you can add a list here, so you can have your symbols list that you've created and tell a scan to only watch. Look, you can follow all symbols, only the following lists, exclude the following lists, or you can tell a scan to look at just a single stock. And we can come in here into the add list, and we can look at either ones that you've created through the symbols list function on the menu bar, or you can come through here and see all the ones that we have. All right, there's a whole lot of stuff down here, more and more rabbit holes. And so you can look at these sector ETFs that we've created here. All right, so we can add these lists here if we want. ETFs, you can look at these ETFs here. You can add these lists here. And we come into sectors, and this gets real down the nitty gritty. This won't pertain necessarily to what you're asking for there, Sam, but look, sectors: agriculture, oil and gas extraction, mining, coal mining specifically, metal and ore mining, gold and ore, all right, copper, other mining. All right, so look how far down the sectors we can start to bust down into some of these things here. Retail, motor vehicle, automobile dealers, new car, used car. All right, you can just keep the list going and going and going, and so on and so forth. Furniture and home furnishing stores. Yeah, to exclude ETFs, yes, use that. Yes, it could possibly exclude something else you want to see. Um, that's entirely possible. It is what it is, though. I'm trying to think. There was something else that someone mentioned something the other day that you could use. We call it that the EPS hack, though, essentially. No, what I mean by that is support and resistance levels, Terry. Not volatility. Support and resistance levels. Let's see if I can find a great example of this. Here we go. This is the perfect example. We're going to put up a weekly chart on Hymex. Zoom out. And my pivot line here on this is a $10 pivot line. All right. And look how many times over many years now, we're going back to 2014 on this chart. $10 was an area of much interest. And there's an area of much interest back here and here and through here again all that time. And then here and then here and back here again. And that's what I mean by that. It's a psychological thing. Above $10, we can see that people are bullish. And below $10, we can see people were bearish. All right. Now, of course, this is all looking in hindsight. We're looking back in time, obviously. Much easier to quarterback any of this stuff. But the fact remains that we know that $10 is an area of interest on this stock from one side to the other. So that's what I mean, Terry. It's sometimes very hard for a stock to get $10, claim it, and then stay right over it. And again, we can see that here in this chart here. All right. It got $10, couldn't hold it, came back down, couldn't get through it, couldn't even get up to it, couldn't get up to it. Got it, couldn't hold it. Got it, couldn't hold it. Couldn't get back by it again. Got it, couldn't hold it. Got it, and now it has held it for, this is probably the longest period of time that is held over $10 right there. And all this time, your two longest times was this one way back here in 2014 and 2015, and now you have this one here from I'm guessing 2020 or late 2019 till now, coming into 2022. So that's what I mean. It's a psychological level. $10, $5 is another psychological level. Not every stock is going to do it. There could be some kind of big news that comes out and boom, it blasts past 5 and it'll never look back at it again. That's not the normal, though. Hopefully that's a little clearer for you. I'm going to go back, turn that back to a daily time frame. I would agree with both Shady and Real on that. Yes, there's a lot more algorithmic numbers that have come into play that will affect that. And again, that's why I throw out there, pivot lines are an approximation. They're not an exact. That's kind of I stole that from All Star Charts there, JC Peretz. Um, you know, he's also one of the reasons I've taken off most moving averages off my charts. Putting up all these charts where stocks are going up and above, and then right back below a 200 moving average. It's not that a 200 moving average isn't significant. I just decided to not let it play a role in my trading any further. That was all. But no, you two are absolutely right. I couldn't agree more that algorithms, computers, they just look at what they're programmed to look at. My only counter to that is, in general, they're programmed by human beings, and machine learning isn't quite what people think it is at this point. But all the same, yes. I mean, you've got computers that are looking at news headlines that involve trading, and a news headline comes out and had nothing to do with price action, had everything to do with the headline and what it read on that headline, workflow and WordPress headlines and things like that. If we flip, will that include only? I'm not sure what you mean by if we flip. Oh, I see what you're saying, Sam. Include only ETFs. No, no, no. That won't include only ETFs. Not if you flip it. It doesn't work like that. Tesla rumored to be kicked out of China. So what does Tesla look like? Well, if there is a rumor about that, Tesla's not reacting to it. A nice move and a consolidation, and a nice move and a consolidation, and a nice move and a consolidation for Tesla. I mean, pretty. All right, let's see here. We got gap down and go. What's happening here with you? ENSC. Interesting. Had a price alert. I must have set that this morning when I was trying to make sure I had things to talk about here. So now, I talk about I'm not averse to a setup into a pullback into moving averages. Ask ourselves, did we establish a base here? Did we move off of it? And is this happening or is that not happening? All right, we come down, close that gap here. Are we coming back to test it again for a move up, or are we just heading back down? I don't know. It's interesting. All right, 2.7 mil shares traded today. It's well off the relative volume, but we're looking back at this stuff here, so we'd have to see. But again, being under these numbers here has people in general not quite as much of a believer. Next resistance for HIMX. I don't know. It's in the eye of the chart holder, but yes, I would say 15 is your next resistance level. I mean, it's getting kind of extended here now. But again, what's extended? It's kind of, relative. This thing, could do this for 2 more days for all I know. But yeah, I mean, my eye goes immediately to here, which I believe is 15-ish. 14, yeah, just below 15 maybe. Is it going to get there? I have no idea. But that's where I go to. Real long base here. Real long base here. Does it continue? Maybe. All seems like a big deal though. THM just trying to grind above and hold above that 25 level now, marching on to 26. And you can see we're well off of that. That seems to be the important range here now. And so, time will tell, but we have this move here. Now, do we get this move on top of it because we've held this resistance now, or held this support? Or is the head fake and we're headed back lower? And, I just throw stuff out there. Draw on your charts. Don't be ridiculous, but draw things on your charts. See what you see. Interesting. Contract volume on the SPY is huge. My my lifelong quest to never stop with learning. Learning from scratch, trading. Getting into options proved to be a little tougher for my brain than I originally was trying for. But I'm still very curious about options. I still, try to poke around a little bit here. No reason to not understand how the mechanisms of that work. So that's cool. Thanks, PJ, for sharing that. I appreciate that. So I don't know, one of the cliche rah-rah things. I am a trade ideas fanboy. But I acknowledge there's things that, we have our shortcomings like anything else. But, it's a really, really, really solid community that this company is built around the software. And it stayed true to its name, trade ideas, not trade guarantees. So, and, having a trader's room here like this, people like Real and, PJ sharing some options knowledge here in the swing traders chat, and these really versatile excellent traders like Zach and William. It makes for a strong community and a lot of education, whether you think it is or isn't. Nobody's going to jump right out and tell you, hey, this is how you do it, but they're certainly showing you what they're doing. So let's see. William's talking about MBIT. Let's take a look. Oh, MBOT. Sorry. Oh, that makes two of us, William. All right, interesting. We put in a really nice base here at that 8 level. Volume's coming back into it. Real nice. Good amount of room to run up to high a day here. Very interesting. Almost has me want to take a position. Yeah, see what Real and PJ are talking about in the off topic is what's appealed the most to me about options trading is having that specifically defined risk like that. That's what's kept me kind of trying to prod along. Let's see, GSK, Glaxo Smith and Klein. This is something I've been kind of pounding the table on for a few weeks here now. A pretty significant level that it's reclaimed, it's sticking above it. Again, we're not setting the world on fire with volume here. However, it's a pretty healthy look right there overall. And we're starting to take that out there. And again, some defined risk levels. I might actually have to put a trade or two on coming into the close here to take it into tomorrow. And what I look at now here is this kind of level. My eye kind of comes to this level here is 43. Let's call it 43.30. All right. So now I've got a predefined risk level of about 70 cents below, and we're holding above here at this 44 level. If we can get that, that's what stands in our way right now. Now we're off the lifetime high, but we got to go pretty far back to look at that lifetime high. So bring up a weekly chart. So this is just kind of my thoughts for setting up. Again, I don't know that I'm going to take anything today. I want to and I don't want to at the same time. So we got to come back real far. Look at that. We got to go all the way back to 2014 to find that lifetime high. Most recent was just before the pandemic here. All right, 48. So now we're talking about a real tight 70-cent stop for climbing up this ladder right here. There's a lot of room on GSK. It's a great looking chart, in my humble opinion. And I very well may be wrong. I just very well may be taking a position in this today and sooner than later. This just kind of feels a little too good. Now, I could say that I have that defined risk level to down here. I could keep a real type stop and take a larger share size, or I could say I could play a smaller share size and I could use this level also. My eye goes to both of those. I'll just have to define how long am I willing to put the money to work for. The larger the share size, probably the faster I'll start selling some of those shares if I can get some positive price action to it. I take a smaller share size, I'm going to be willing to let that price action work longer to get me the same results, or hopefully the same results. The only thing kind of holding me back, but we're looking at a weekly chart right now, so just this move off that 8 EMA on the weekly chart here. I like the 8 EMA on all time frames. It's nothing magic to it. It's a great moving average. Some people like a 10 SMA. I just kind of use it for how extended we are on different time frames is all. Back to the daily. I'm just going to let that hang out for now. Yes, Real has taught a lot of folks that this is exactly risk management. No, you're right, Shady. That's why, when I looked at that weekly chart, I saw those all those green candles on the those couple of green candles. But you know, I'm looking at price and volume here, and price is taking out a significant area, just not on enough volume. That's what's holding me back more than anything else, because we're not exactly extended off that moving average, because we had this move up and a pull back on that move up, and then a move back up again. So I try not to get caught up in consecutive candles too much. But no, it's very noteworthy item there. All those green candles in a row on that daily chart. And yeah, that's why I'm just not one of those low flow people. It's not that I won't ever trade one of those stocks, because this scanner looks at stuff like that a lot, but I don't like things that in the first 5 minutes trade from $6 to $9. It's not my cup of tea. So if you will all excuse me a moment, just going to put myself on mute here for about 90 seconds or so, maybe 2 minutes. Okay, back. So I saw Zach Spy News. Uh, Nothing that I see here for news. MVIS. What are we doing here? Nice little move up. A lot of volume pouring in here on the 1 minute, 5 minute. Big candles. So nothing coming through the basic new high and lows here on Berry Scan anymore. Been a while for any of the gap scans here too. Just got everything kind of sitting quiet at the moment. So I apologize, a little quiet here. If anybody has any questions, fire them at me. Hmm. See, that is interesting there, PJ. I understand about 45% of what you're saying there. Right. Yeah. GRTX has had a lot of news last week, or a lot of action, I should say. Grinding higher again here into that gap. The Slack noise. Gee, I can hear that through my earphones. All right. That's funny. Let's see, I can cut that out, right? Volume mixer. Slack. Be gone, Slack. Yeah, so again, I'm just kind of sitting on my hands here. There's a few things that I liked. Let's see, MX. This was on my radar from coming out of last week. Almost a red bar ignore here on the daily chart, but I don't think that reaches quite the top there to make the definition perfect. All right, so we're coming up to 3 o'clock here. SPY's putting in a couple of red 15-minute candles now. Let's see, let's look back at Tesla again. Just kind of, guess on the 5-minute chart we call it a slow bleed here from the top. Stuck in that downward channel here for a little bit. We'll see what happens. Pretty amazing stock. All right, let's see. Things been popping in and off, but I think on this scan here that I'll look at later in the evening when I do my homework, it's been pretty consistent. So we talked about energy earlier when I pulled up the sector list. It was getting smacked around early this morning, and it's been up and going since then. Real nice looking chart here on that XOP for the day. Natural gas up 5% from the open. Uranium. So energy and semiconductors leading the way today. Your XLE. All very similar looking, these ones here. And let's see. So biotechs just continue down. Just cannot get stuck out of the mud. Unstuck out of the mud. Same thing with the solars. Solars look like they're ready to have a changing of the winds for a moment here. They're stuck under this pressure all this time. Popped up. Right back down through. lithium stocks. They had a nice run going. And they too have started to give it up now. So real strong move here on VET for the day. Kind of just hanging out in this range now. Miles away from its lifetime high though. And that is extended. Let's see, Twink we're talking about. Twinkies, Hostess brands, right? Wow. What was, I can't think of the name of it now, Krispy Kreme. Thanks, DUNT. I couldn't think of the ticker. Krispy Kreme. Giving away too many donuts these days or something. It's one of those weird ones I saw come through some scans here. Wedging itself nicely through that though. There's GRTX popping up now there. Global shipping. Very interesting looking chart here. Long base. Patterns within patterns. Yeah, so just kind of quiet for me right now. I'm not going to run into anything. Thanks, PJ. Appreciate it. I'm sure since this looks like it'll be a successful run for the day, Barry may ask me to do this again in the future. This is his baby, this room, and Barry's a lot more marketable than I am as far as helping people out and staying active and talking about things all day long here. So I won't lie, I get distracted. I see all these tickets coming in and just wonder if there's anything stacking for me for later tonight. Another healthy day for JNPR, making another new all-time high. CYH, that's healthcare, no? Trying to find its footing around this 1275 area. Profile, what do you do? Management and operations, hospitals, healthcare. Interesting. Franklin, Tennessee. Pure Storage is the one that broke my heart. Grabbed it. I don't know, one of these days. Somewhere in here. It just wasn't moving how I thought it would. I also did not pay attention that the earnings were coming up on it and decided not to hold through earnings. And of course, it did that. Who is in Franklin, Tennessee? CYH, this company here. At least that's what this here says. Profile, Franklin, Tennessee. That's where its headquarters is, for whatever that's worth. It was founded and headquartered in Franklin, Tennessee in 1985. For whatever that's worth. Yeah, I didn't see any reason to shut down the room. And I mean, it's kind of been the same theme for me, anyways, there, William. So, I mean, I'm happy to keep it open. I don't have any issue with keeping it open. Everybody's been kind to me today and patient. So, I won't lie. I was a little bit, my nervousness stems from I'm just not as active as Barry. He said to me, "You don't even have to talk if I didn't want to today. I could just leave it open and just police the chats." But I'm happy to engage what I can. I usually don't look at it till after the close, when everything's settled. And that's when I start to really look at it. And then I'll also look at, I'll run the history on the turbo up family, no resistance. I mean, I could just do a quick topless window, I guess, to get the same idea out of it. Look for stuff that's making new all-time highs. But because this is going to keep, stocks are going to keep moving up and down, and as you obviously know. And so, afterwards, then I'll go through and, like, you can see, I've marked up a lot of these charts, some more than others. And so I'll go through this list, sometime in the evening tonight, and add a heart to anything that I really like and start marking some stuff up on it. And like I said, nothing fancy about it. I like stuff that's just not whipping all over the place. as you can see by the some of the stocks that I clicked through here. All scripts. This one had nice volume to get through this area, and I just wish it held a little more volume after doing it. You see this right above it. That's not a great line, but everybody gets the idea. That's a little better. You see that right above it. Some volume to get me through there. Pinch plays, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's a term that I don't know, or maybe it's a different wording for a term I know. I'm not sure. It doesn't anything come off the top of my head. I mean, like pinching between moving averages, maybe. Is that what you mean? Interesting ticker in USA. Liberty All Star Equity Fund. Okay. 2. For anybody wondering, I'm just messing around with the top list. Nothing particular. Okay, there, me, Anthony. Nope, I'm not familiar with that. So what do you say? We're Weber. Let's take a look at that. Okay, I think I can understand the concept that we're looking at here with that. No, Walt. No mobile app against. Thank you, Real. Have a great night. Appreciate it. Super appreciate people like Real hanging around here to keep an eye and help me on any of the chats here. No, sorry, Walt. No mobile app, despite some of us inside the company really jarring for it, to say the least. Yeah. No, yeah, looking at that PJ with you, that HIMX is kind of eating me up right now that I made that move. It was just, I don't know. There's a couple of things that went into it that weren't great. It kind of is what it is, though. For something like EXTR, I'd already had positions on when it was giving me the setup that I really wanted, and it was ride those positions or close them and try to get a EXTR. It just didn't work out well for me. I was messing around with the topless. I was trying to do something with the topless and some volume options volume, but it's not really giving me anything new to look at here. It actually has EXTR and ON. This is an S&P ETF. New issue here. I was trying to find things with some options volume that were near their lifetime highs. Just kind of playing around here. Or sorry, near the year's high. I'm curious what happens when I take that filter away. Well, then you and me both, PJ. Some I get late, some I get okay. I always say, for me, anyways. First off, I'm no wizard or anything, but if I can get, just get a small portion in the middle of that move, from that top to bottom of any of those nicer size moves, right? Just get a little piece of those consistently. That'll pay the bills and put the kid through school. And just an all day fade here from Nicola. Oof, how the mighty have fallen. VIPS. What a move up and what a move down. Semiconductors leading or partially leading the pack today. Something that looks interesting to me. Extended here. Well, I won't say necessarily extended on the daily chart, but as a reference to when we're discussing all those green bars on GSK, even more green bars all through here. What did AMD do this morning? For those who like cross plays, whether you want them on an intraday or a daily time frame, 820 is crossing here on AMD. Above here, good room up above 160. Yeah, PJ, semiconductors and energy are looking all right about now. And top of the heat. Position range in the year, semi. XLP's given up a lot. It was further up this list a few weeks ago. Oops. Circuit board manufacturer, TTMI. It's one of those stocks that doesn't move at all until it moves. So I just realized we went into, it's past 3:30 now. So just in case anybody's popping here specifically for the later day Q&A that I do, if anybody's got questions, just ask them. Kind of just putzing around on charts and whatnot here. Let's see, Alpha Pro Tech. A lot of volume coming in here in the last half an hour. Moving right up to the top of the list here. Options trader. Does anybody believe a bear stock market starts this week or next? Anything is possible. I mean, we're sitting at all-time highs, so for us to get 20% below all-time highs in the next couple of days, I think that's highly unlikely. But I suppose anything's possible. But I mean, there's nothing about one of these charts I'm going to bring up says anything to me about a bear market. I mean, look at that. I don't know. Look at that. You know, it would be impossible to be further away from a bear market on every single one of these, sitting at all-time highs. With the exception of this one here, of course, IWM, but that doesn't count. um, I mean, that is a very, very strong chart. That RSP, that's equally weighted S&P 500. So, uh, you know, for those that think again, this goes back to something I was covering much, much earlier. Finishing up the Santa Claus rally, options trader, today starts the Santa Claus rally. So I don't know. I don't know where you're getting your definition from Santa Claus rally, but it's wrong. Santa Claus rally literally starts today is the day if it's going to start. And it most certainly started today, taking out all-time highs again. The Santa Claus rally runs until I think like the 7th of next week, I think is what it is. Something like that. But, for those that think that the market's done nothing but rip forever, I mean, look at all this time. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. We basically didn't go anywhere in the market. 8 near flat months before we popped out to highs again, popped down. Now we're popping back out to all-time highs again. So if you were to ask me, again, I don't get paid for my opinion, but to me, this says we're going to start a new range up here, and we're going to leave this range down here behind. Again, barring something not happening, obviously if something, crazy happens in the world, that's where we'll head for at least a week. Yeah, I mean, right, but the definition of the Santa rally doesn't start till after Christmas. It's literally the definition of it. So whether we started rallying last week or not, technically it isn't the Santa rally. Um, as far as anybody calling anything, you have people that if they had enough liquidity, they'd be short the market from 1999 still today. So um, charts tell me we're going up. That's what Is every chart going up? No. The charts that matter are though. All right, so here you go. Here's your Santa rally. All right, the official period starts Monday, December 27th. Remember, the Santa Claus rally includes the last 5 days of the year and the first 2 days of the following year. So, sorry, the 5th, and not the 7th. All right, so it runs through January 4th. First half of December wasn't the best time for stock investors. Blah 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 blah. The stock market's been going up since well, I mean, yes, it's up for over those 12 years, but we have had periods of drawbacks and pauses. I mean, like I said, look at this. That's 8 months that we didn't go anywhere. What were we supposed to do? It's literally 8 months we didn't go anywhere, and an equally weighted S&P 500. And that's not the only one here. MDY. It was even worse in the mid caps, even more than 8 months in the mid caps. So let's start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months there. So another month here that we literally didn't go anywhere in the MDY. So a whole 8 months, we literally didn't, our whole 9 months, we didn't go anywhere in mid cap stocks. Nowhere. So, you know, we haven't exactly ripped to highs. And for that case, we've been going up since the year 1900. We look at things relative to time frames. If we bring up a weekly of this here, I mean, look at this. Mid caps went nowhere. Look how long mid caps didn't go anywhere for on this weekly chart. And we fell off a cliff into a bear market, and we recovered out of that bear market. And yes, they ripped for half a year or so coming out of that bear market, and now we've gone nowhere for 9 months again here. Look at all this time that we went literally nowhere. That's your quote unquote crash of December 2018 right there. So, you know, we haven't been going up nonstop. That's, it's unpopular to say that, but the chart is the chart. This chart is not lying. That chart is accurate. That chart is telling us, let's see. So November of 2017, right? November of 2017 to November of 2020, literally the mid caps went nowhere. Literally 3 years, the mid caps went nowhere. Flat. That's 3 years of flat action on the mid caps right there, with the bear market in between. No, I think, Sam, that they're canceled through the end of the year. So last February and March, we didn't have any big downturn. Do we have a big downturn in February and March? I mean, we're range bound. So here's March. Here's March. There's no downturn here. This is literally March right here. And here's February. So, February started there and it ended there. And from February to March, we ended up, technically. So, I mean, really more sideways than anything else. They get paid to entertain. Anybody that's on TV is an entertainer. They're not news. They're regardless. If someone is on TV, they're selling you something. That's 100%. They're selling you something. You know, I always reference. I love stock cats on Twitter. Always talking about, if you've got a suit and tie and have gotten every prediction wrong for the last 10 years, you might just fit CNBC's narrative. Look at CNBC as a guy like Gartman on. Literally, the only thing that Gartman has ever gotten right in his entire career was that call of the yen dollar move in the 80s. That's it. Not one other thing. You took the opposite side of every trade that Gartman ever made, you'd be wealthy at this point. But the guy's on Bloomberg all the time, and he's retired apparently. CNBC had him on all the time on Fast Money. He was on there all the time with Melissa Lee. So, I mean, make of that stuff what you will. I'm just going to let the charts do all the talking. Price and volume. That's all that matters to me. And I say this about them. These people might be the nicest people on the planet to have dinner with, but they get paid to talk. I don't get paid to talk. That's why I've been silent for the last, hour plus or so. I try to keep things engaging and help you guys. Whether I'm doing the late day Q&A here or filling in for Barry today. I mean, I'll talk about the scanners and how to set some stuff up if you're looking for it and things like that. But I got nothing to sell you. I got nothing to sell you on. That's why you'll never hear it, whether it's me filling in for Barry, Barry here himself, or anybody else ever fills in here. You're never going to hear someone come on this microphone and tell you to buy, sell, or hold something ever. It's not what we are, not who we are. Um, Anybody who's in the late day Q and A's with me over the last couple of months, I said over and over again, I'd welcome a big pullback. I would have loved to pull back to SPY 420, 415. That would have been, I'd have loved it. We're definitely not getting it now. I mean, the odds of that happening outside of, literally another pandemic or something happening aren't very good. Now we look at a SPY chart, it looks a lot different than that MDY that I just showed. It's been on a weekly chart, a straight shot up since the pandemic, essentially. Yes, there are areas I would say that are, kind of some consolidations in here. You got a little consolidation in here. You had this little pullback back here. We've had some consolidation here that we're looking to break out of. You can find these little consolidation periods here. What a crash. I mean, could it happen? Yes. Is it likely? No. Yes, yes, William. Other than TI software, yes, I would like. But here's the thing: me or Barry coming telling people what to buy or sell, that doesn't help sell the software. What helps sell the software is teaching people how to use it. So yes, I do have an agenda there. I do collect a paycheck from Trade Ideas. Out on, back on. All right, Ryan, that was quick. I've done the same thing many times. And now I've said these things that I just said about, CNBC. I never really was a Bloomberg watcher or Fox Business News, but I watched CNBC from when I first started, just learning about more investing than anything else. Probably like 2006 or something like that, 2005. I just started watching CNBC like crazy. And, I got suckered into whatever narratives were on there and things like that. And to say didn't learn anything would be a lie. Definitely learned some stuff, wrote down things that I didn't understand, terms and definitions, and looked them up and all that stuff. But it's entertainment. That's all. And probably outside of a couple of Fed days in the last few years and having CNBC on for like 5 minutes or something, through Think or Swim because I don't even have cable TV. I don't think I've turned. I don't think I've turned cable news on since early 2016. So Mbot's still making some noise here late day. Yeah, trying to. What a tail. What a bottoming tail on that. Incredible amount of volume on it. I mean, 85 mil shares traded today, 1.5 thousand times its volume over a 10-day average. You don't see that every day. And BBIO just continuing to get faded here on the day. And I tried to make one move up here and just faded off that one pull up that it had all day long the rest of the day. Houghton Mifflin. And book publishers here. Read books. No volume here today. Volume's dried right up on this here. JMF. So here, this one was coming through my evening scanner. I've just left it up, even though I normally don't use the scanner until after the market closes. This was coming in a while ago back here. Now it's showing up on Barry's options scanner. It was coming in somewhere in here, I think. I got it here. NXTD. Isn't this like a security or something like this? Nope, healthcare. Must have it confused with something else. I feel like there's a cybersecurity, some kind of security system that has a similar ticker as that. GGAL, who are you? Finance and insurance. Argentina. I should have recognized that. Ha. That's funny. Yep, SPY getting ready to march back right through those all-time highs again. 477, taking it out again. Do I think AMC will go back to 30? I have no idea. Didn't like their CEO or someone just sell all their stock or something like that? Go back to 30. I mean, possible. It's not exactly far off of it. It's much closer to 30 than it is 20. They just had a crazy weekend with Spider-Man, right? Like just set all kinds of records, no? I mean, of all the meme stock stuff, at least AMC has an actual business that still technically makes money. I mean, and technically speaking, I mean, looking at this chart, I discussed it with someone else, had not a terrible look through here, but it just, just didn't do it. That's all there was to it. Speaking of meme stocks, let's take a look. Yeah, GameStop don't look too healthy right now, to say the least. Yeah, imagine being short this market. Yeah, no thanks. And again, it's not like it's just ripped to here. I mean, had this kind of range in here for all this time. All right. We just had this range here now. Right. Now we're breaking through that again. So, we've had months where we didn't go a lot of distance. We didn't cover a lot of distance up. Oh, well, we'll see as we come into the New Year's what happens. But Santa Claus rally is in full effect today. Blossom Spy calls look for a big dip. You sound like me now. Uh, yeah, I forgot that was a meme stop. Meme stock. BBBY. Floor came right on under it here for a few minutes. But again, while it's traded 2 million shares today, it's doing half of what it normally does right now. So it's to one side or the other. There's no real conviction. Got a top list going here. I'm going to do this by market cap and just take a look here. And just for any other reference, hold on before I do this. Do that in a second. Look at these compare count windows. Take a screenshot and send this to somebody. So yeah, look at these compare count windows. I mean, these large caps are, look at that spike, and there's not a whole lot of selling to coincide with that at all. And closest is going to be here on your small caps in the IWM. I mean, anybody that's short the market right now is getting absolutely destroyed. I mean, look at that. Even on the IWM, that's when you know. And that's the end, folks. That's a wrap for the market today. Closed, I guess, 20 seconds ago. They're, I'm sure there are people that are thinking this is their short opportunity. Very well, maybe their short opportunity. I don't know. Um, at some point it will go down again. That's how it works. It'll always, over a long period of time, go up more than down. But looks to be a healthy end of the year for the Bulls. That's all. So I did not go GSK. I just decided to sit it out for today. I'll probably regret it, but that's all right. No, you're right. Yeah, trend is your friend. It's simply put, the trend is higher. We've had, consolidation periods, some shorter than others. Um, that's all there is to it. So like now this is a time where I'd start, a reasonable time for me to start going through some of these charts. And like I said, some of these are going to be, way extended than what I would normally, than what I'm going to look at. But it doesn't mean I still like to look at it all. One of the other things that I do with this scan here is sometimes you'll find a common theme with it that, it's a lot of healthcare stocks are coming through, semiconductors, energy. Right before Nat Gas did what it did back in the fall. So like you're looking at this chart here, when we were about here on Nat Gas, I'll say 60% of the stocks that were coming through this scan were Nat Gas stocks. And then it went on to do this. And so, I was well positioned for that. It's what I saw coming through this. And so I said to myself, first off, they're all breaking 20-day ranges as it is. The sector was looking good. And, to have that many stocks really making a move like that. So that's where I want to be. And that's where I was. And, so worked out well. Right now, I think we're kind of spread across here more or less. And expand this a little bit. And we could see in the close, this thing wasn't very full for most of the day. There wasn't a lot of stocks in here. So at one point, there's probably 10 or less stocks in here. Now, got a nice full window for me to go through here. Some of the stuff I've already have, excuse me, on some charts, like I've already got this there. I've already got that. Not sure if anything else actually. Well, we'll go through and take a look at some of these charts and see what I see. You wonder where UNG is going. Uh, you know, it's hard with sectors like this. There's so much noise that involves a sector, and that's what does make it tough. You know, we've got all this talk about moving towards greener energy, and then you have people say, well, natural gas is a greener energy, and other people that it's not, number one. And then, heating season and, um, more US based, obviously, but, Europe as well. What role does that play? I live in the Northeast here in the States, so we've been on, I won't say unusually warm, because if I really look back and think about over my lifetime, I've seen plenty of winters like this over, however long I've been alive. So, the calendar will flip to January, and I'm sure we'll get cold then, and then we'll hear about something like a polar vortex or some nonsense thing that was just made up a few years ago for, clickbait headlines. And we'll probably see that do that, and then we'll say, "Oh no, it's January thaw," and then we'll probably do that. So it's just, kind of is what it is. For now, there's your range, short-term range. Gold miners. Sorry, just anything to do with precious metals, I skip right over, and I'm sorry if anybody's a precious metal person. I don't get it. I'm sure there's money to be made. I'm sure people trade it. I'm sure they do well with precious metals. The only value I see in precious metals is as a conductor material for chips and electronics in general. That's it. And, I say that and I see all, some different gold ETFs coming through here, but I just don't get it. That's all. There's plenty of other stocks for me to trade. So I'm just going to click through some of these, and so far nothing's really jumping out at me. Global Super Dividend ETF. Okay, then. Spain. Interesting. So is Spain bottomed out? Is Spain ready for a recovery? Seems to be an important line right there that I kind of held. And why is that an important line? Well, look at these big set of gap ups that happened through here. Now it's come back down and tested that, moving back off of it. Now, is it going to be a dead cat bounce and going to bounce and pop down here? I don't know, but come across Spanish stocks might be something interesting to look at. Okay, that's always fun when that does that. MDU. So we're discussing energy as a power distribution. Be interesting here. Kind of a big float, but not a bad range. 35 here. Looking at 25 there. So we ask ourselves, is a falling knife with lower highs? So lower highs all through here is what I'm looking at. Or do we have a trend change on deck here for this? Not going to put it on my liked, but it is interesting nonetheless. Yeah, LP there. No, that's exactly it. And like, look, I've traded mining stocks and whatever else, and if they ever, price and volume ever matters in those, or gets to interesting me, better believe I'll trade them again. I have no qualms about trading anything whatsoever. I just, how do you get excited about a sector that looks like this? Where are you? I know you're going to be down here somewhere. GDX. Here we go. I mean, how do I get excited about that? When Why would I get excited about that when I have this up here to trade? The best thing that ever flipped my thinking around on my trading, probably the book that single-handedly turned things around for me, was William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks. And he just simply said, buy stocks going up, not going down. That's it. I know, easier said than done, all that, but this is a stock going down or an ETF going down for a very long time. And yes, it's had moves up, obviously, had this nice little move right here for a few months. All right. But the bottom line is lower highs non-stop. And so there's plenty else to trade besides that. And listen, I am as quick as anybody. I almost got bullish silver. Back here, I almost started getting bullish silver here and here. I said, all right, it's just so overdone. Like, we're going to have to turn around with silver, right? I mean, it's used in electronics and all that. Maybe it's bottomed out here. I don't know. I won't discount it. But, and then we got this here, and then this happened here. I said, all right, we might be ready to go. And I put a bunch of silver stocks on my watch list. And And that's not what happened. That's what happened when I put them on my watch list. So, my opinion changed just like that on silver. I don't get paid for my opinion. All right. I was very bearish silver. All of this, even when this is the Wall Street bets nonsense, especially when this happened, I was even more bearish on silver. And then when it got up to here, I said I just wasn't a believer, and there was no reason for me to be a believer. But how long can things go down for? I just thought to myself, all right, we've established this has to be it, right? I thought to myself, that has to be it. We bottomed, all right? Now we're making this move up finally on silver. And then we had that move up and just a short pullback here. And I said, all right, we got it. Silver's got it. Trend change. Silver's got it. Wrong. Wrong. Where do I find sector analysis top list? So a couple places you can find that, Gwen. I believe I probably have some emails waiting for me about that already. So two things you can do. You can go new, and you can go to like doc channel bar here, and that will load up this blank page here, and you can come down here to somewhere about sectors. Where are you, sectors? There we go, sector status. All right, there, Gwen. Hey, perfect circle, how are you? Yeah, no crystal balls, that's right. The closest crystal ball I've ever seen is Barry. That's about it. So you can do this here, Gwen, over there in the YouTube channel. So you can have this, and you've got all these different sectors here, and we can look at it through there, and the buying versus selling on the bottoms here for that. If you want my sector list that I look at, this one here, let me bring it up. If you want this list here, I'll show you how to create that in a video and give you the list. You just got to email here, info@trade-ideas.com. Actually, I'll type this right. Give an email there, and I'll copy paste the sectors that I have here in this in an email to you. I just can't do it here. It won't come out right. You got to have them stacked on top of each other, and I'll attach a video on exactly how to do this here. So that the scan only points at those stocks with no filters or anything like that. Nothing too difficult, but just easier to show it via that video. And then, of course, having an email with the attached list to it. So those are your two options there, Gwen. You can do both. Yeah, you too, AMD Long. Appreciate the comments and all those things like that. And if you're ever bored, 3:30 Eastern, I'm on the YouTube side every day after Barry shuts down. So I'm always over there Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday market days, anyways. So pop on over. All right, excellent, Gwen. Yeah, so send that over. So you have both those options to look at for that, and then this kind of list that I do here. Some of them are very thinly traded ETFs that there's not a whole lot to them, but I like to look at them anyways. Doesn't hurt. Anyways, so we're just kind of climbing the ladder here. DOC, nope, nothing interests me there. BN, again, not a whole lot of interest. Commercial banking. TTMI. This is one I traded a long while ago now, beginning of the year. I was trading it somewhere in this range in here, because I remember this day, because I was out when this happened, that gap up, and I was cursing the trading gods because I got stopped out for a loss somewhere in here, I remember. And then this happened. I was like, all right, well, stop protected me. And then it did that. I'm like, no. Anyways, it's a weird stock. USA we looked at before. LXP, Lexington Trust, right? This is real estate. Yeah. Real estate's been one of the strongest REITs in real estate, to your strongest sectors. Home builders have been very strong for the past year as well. Um, this thing's just been a nice grind. You had a nice run up, revision to the mean, if you will. Nice run up again, just kind of grinding here off of this. So something that you might want to, maybe it wants things longer term to hold with maybe less downside risk. And when I say less downside risk, what I mean is, this thing isn't whipping all over the place. It's taken a long time to go from $12 to $15. So it's unlikely that if you were swing trading this, that you'll wake up from $15 to $12 in a day. Is it possible? Of course, anything is possible. But something that's, quote unquote, easier to manage the risk of. Nope, nothing there. Not really. I mean, what I find interesting here is, we got this long, long, broad range for a long time. And, it recently came and it tested the top of the range, the bottom of the range. I'm trying to bust out of it now, so. Not going to mark it up, but it might be interesting to somebody. ELP, nope. Yeah, so, not a lot coming through the scan for me today. Well, we talked about energy, so LBTR. We talked about, is there a trend change on it? I don't know. Oil and gas operations. You had this big horseshoe up and just rejected hard off of that there. Difference between level 2 and NASDAQ full book. Well, I'm guessing level 2 is going to look at everything in the market versus the NASDAQ's only going to have NASDAQ stocks, Tom. That would be what I surmise anyways. I don't use level 2. I never have, or any other books. Just regular price and volume is all I look at. How long it takes. It's not us updating it. It's our data provider, and it's supposed to be updated twice a month. Float, short growth. Any fundamental data it's supposed to be updated twice a month. That doesn't mean it will be, because they have to get reports from the brokers. Essentially, the brokers have to report. It's not that the brokers report to our data provider. The brokers just report, and from there, FactSet is the fundamental data provider for us. They'll update accordingly to what they get updated. And as far as IPO, should show up the day it's an IPO. The day it goes IPO, it should be there, whether it's us or anybody else. So Liberty. Talked about maybe some swing ideas there. PJ was mentioning it on the other side there in the traders room. Some swing ideas in energy. So perhaps, have we bottomed here? We'll have to see. That's some work to get through, though. But it can happen just like that too, And then, at some point we have to decide: are we ready to take the risk? Get a little zoom in here. Again, what I'm looking at here, that's a tough area right there, it looks like. And it's a tough area back through here. So again, no happy accident. Big run up, big run down. Maybe a defined risk area in here somewhere, just under $10. I'm trying to push back towards this 12 level, maybe. Doesn't seem like an unreasonable setup. This is why I like doing my homework at night, though. I can form the battle plan now, and deploy it according with price action volume the next day. It's just how I prefer to trade is all. Again, real estate, another strong looking real estate stock. Real nice move here. Yeah, this one, it's an interesting one. Had a big run up in the, I guess it was a spring. Geez, I was going to say fall. It's been that long. Now this nice consolidation here that popped out of and done. So, well, we'll see. Do we bottom out here? Maybe. Take a longer term look. Interesting. Gonna draw a box around this price action area here. And take that and extend it way out there. Nope, no interest for me though. Yeah, there's a few different ones that I've shared over time. This is my main go-to one. For a week or so, I'd cut out one of the filters and change something around. What I'm looking at right now is this configure window specific filter. So stocks between $4 and $30, relative volume of one. Had to trade 750,000 shares today. 75% above the low of the 20-day range and 75% above the low of today's range. I actually cut this out last week, this year, and I'd up this to 40. So, here, I'll share two versions of it. Load. Where are you? So this is one that I was messing around with last week. This is not what we're currently looking at now. And I'll put that here just in case in YouTube as well. And this is what we are looking at currently right now. That's going to come up. So the reason I made some adjustments, well, one is I started looking at stocks a little pricier than $30 now. And two, this just wasn't really returning me any ideas. So I was trying to find things that maybe were having a good 20 days, but weren't having a specifically good day that day. Just trying to get a little more idea generation from it. So now we start to get some stuff that's way extended here. This is interesting. So natural gas extraction, 8.8 mil shares traded, just above normal volume. Looks similar to the natural gas chart, actually, the UNG chart with this run up and run down, but this looks a little healthier on a bounce again here. I'm going to go ahead and like that one. I don't know that'll do anything with it, but so, all right, 426. I'm going to wind this down here in a minute. PK. I don't know. Stock that's $5 and has 400 million in the float. Can't seem to get above $6. No thanks. I think we covered this plenty during the day today. Train has left the station. Long since left the station. Interesting, but no. Excuse me. Um, the reason why I say no for this is all these topping tails here on this daily chart. This looks like it has a personality and a history of making these nice moves up to give it back right away. So there's nothing about this chart that interests me whatsoever. And I say that I understand someone might trade it and they'll do well with it, and all the power to them. And I might be giving up the trade of the century for all I know, but I'm okay with that. Solid close here on this. And APT also pretty solid here on the close. So, all right, that's a wrap on all those things like that. I think I will wrap it up for the day. CWH, Cushman and Wakefield, right? I'm familiar with them because a company that I used to work for. Oh no, this is Camping World. Sorry. Ha ha ha. Um, but this was Cushman and Wakefield's sign, which is another real estate conglomerate. Camping World. I don't know what to make of Camping World here. I mean, we've got a long established base here, but just can't seem to get above this level and hold it here. So, range, look at that range. Got into this range, popped out of it, got into it. Came down to the bottom of it, popped out of it, got back into it, and just been snaking around in this range since then. That's interesting. Pay a $2 dividend a year. That's healthy. Very interesting. Good to know. Does the single stock window show a reverse stock split? No, it doesn't. But what you could look for is if you see, if you put a lifetime high in here, all right, and you see some ridiculous number like 4 billion or something, not 4 billion, but 4,000 or something, odds are it had a reverse split. I don't even know if the stock exists anymore. Nope. See if this exists anymore. Nope. This is the ticker. Here we go. All right. So, look at something like this. Lifetime high is 9K. All right. 9K on a 1 cent stock. Not even a 1 cent stock. All right. So those are the things you're going to want to look at right there. So, all right, that's going to wrap it up for me. I am exhausted from doing this all day. I don't know how Barry does this. He is the absolute man. So, all right, thank you, everybody. Oh, Andrew, you're getting in at the last second. Thanks, Pop-Up. I appreciate that. I'm glad you found it informative. I really appreciate it. So, Andrew, real quick before I sign out for the day here. Yes, it works on a Mac. It is more limited on a Mac. So you'll have to go into that knowing that you're going to be missing some stuff. What will you be missing on a Mac? You do not get text to speech sound alerts, just bells and dings on the Mac because you have to use our web version for it. You will not have access to our Market Explorer, which I didn't really touch on today, but our Market Explorer is a new tech that we have that we can create scans that we push out to users. Users they can't edit those scans, unfortunately, for now, but we can do things with that nobody else can do right now, basically. But you still have access to all the regular scanning that exists. So the over 500 data points that you can create and customize scans from that anybody else has, whether it's desktop or the web version on a Mac. You have access to all of that stuff. The other big one that you won't have access to is our Brokerage Plus interface, which means you can't directly link to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Those are the only two brokers that we currently directly link to. So that's what you'll be missing, Andrew. If you send Andrew an email to here, info@trade-ideas.com, and say, hey, I ran across Chris in the live stream today, and just wondering if you can give me some more insight on Mac web version in general versus the app. The other option you have with a Mac is, I believe there's a function or program on Macs called Boot Camp that you can run a virtual machine. So you could do that. You could get AWS, you could do Parallels, or you could do Microsoft 360 as well. Um, Thanks, Perfect Circle. Appreciate it. You too. I'll be back here for my regular 3:30 tomorrow, and Barry should be back tomorrow. Doing his normal thing. So you guys will be spared my boringness tomorrow here in the traders room for the day. So those are kind of your options there, Mr. Andrew Wang, as far as that goes. So if you're looking to just scan and that's it, you're set to go. If you're looking to get some of the more fancy functions and have stock names called out to you by a voice and things like that, not so much with the Mac, unfortunately. Sorry to say. So. All right, that is going to wrap it up. Nope, nothing on Andrew there, Walt. Our Android Walt. Um, uh, Sorry, and you got something on the back tester here. All right, last one for me. Walt, give us an email here and say, hey, I want some information on the back tester. All right. Email us to this here, Walt, info, and we're going to send you stuff from the user's guide and a few other things here. Info at, I'm putting it in for you now, at trade-ideas.com. Fire off an email there, Walt, and we'll get you some information on the back tester from that. So glad you found informative. I try to touch all the bases that I possibly can. So a lot to go over. This software so in depth. Just no way to do it. You couldn't go over it all in a month. All right, I'm shutting down for the day. Thank you all very much. You all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And anybody that decides to jump in the 3:30 session with me tomorrow, I'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye. Mark, you're catching me last second here. All right. If it stops running after hours, Mark, it means that there's a filter in there that doesn't work in the after hours, or just no stocks are meeting the criteria of that. I have a PDF I can send you. Email, ask for the PDF for things for filters and alerts that work in the outside hours. Again, info at trade-ideas.com. That's where you're going to get it, Mark. And the general rule is this for it. No worries. The general rule for if it works in the pre-market, it will work in the post-market, okay? With the exception if it specifically says pre-market. So pre-market highs obviously aren't going to work in the post-market, but you have post-market highs instead. But, if it's a volume filter that works in the pre-market, it's a volume filter that'll work in the post-market. Things like that. So just as long as it doesn't specifically say pre or post market, it will work in those different times. And we can email you a PDF for that. So that is for that's it for me today on the day. And Mark, I do what I did today for the whole day. I do at 3:30 every day. A gentleman, Barry, I don't know if if this was your first day or not, but Barry runs the room. He's more trading focused most of the day, but he can answer questions. He's been using the software much longer than I have. He's a much more active day trader than I am, and the guy's magic. That's all I can say. He'll never tell people what to buy, sell, hold, or do, or anything like that. But he's super informative. You say, hey, Barry, what do you think of stock XYZ? He'll say, hey, what do you think of stock XYZ? He might bring up a chart. You might say, this is, looks like some support here, some resistance here, but he'll never say that's a buy area, that's a sell area, or anything like that. So there's nobody more professional than Barry. Nobody that I've ever come across in any work I've ever done in my life, not just in finance. So, all right, thanks guys. Take care, and we will catch you tomorrow. Bye bye.